Thank you. You may all sit. Thank you. Good evening, members of the public and the press attending this full council meeting of BCP Council on Tuesday the 14th of September 2021. I'm Councillor Nigel Hedges, and as Chairman of BCP Council I will be chairing the meeting with the assistance of my Vice Chairman, Councillor Lawrence Fear. It's so important for the full council meetings to return to the required face-to-face format. This is the first meeting held in the council chamber since the COVID pandemic started. I would like to report that we are live streaming this meeting, which can be accessed via YouTube. We are committed to making meetings accessible and are planning for more permanent technical solutions. I will now set out the housekeeping arrangements for the meeting. Please note that this meeting is being recorded by the Council for live and subsequent broadcast and will be published on the Council website for a minimum of 6 months. We are also trialling a 360-degree camera for this meeting, which will capture the whole Council chamber simultaneously. In order to ensure the meeting is managed effectively, please could everyone follow these ground rules for speaking. If you wish to speak, please raise your hand physically to indicate. Councillors, officers, members of the public and the press in attendance are recommended to wear a face covering whilst moving around, but this is not enforceable and ultimately personal choice. Where there appears to be consensus in the meeting for a motion, I will ask if there is any dissension. When a formal vote is required, this will be carried out by a show of hands unless a recorded vote is requested, which requires support from a quarter of the members present at the meeting. It should be noted that there are councillors located in the public gallery and in another room viewing the meeting via a live stream for social distancing purposes. If those in the other room wish to speak on a particular item, they will come into the council chamber to take part. All councillors will be located in the council chamber for voting. Before we start the business on the agenda, I would like to make a statement on the Code of Conduct. As Chairman of the Council, I am keen to promote the Code and one of the principal purposes which is to maintain high standards of conduct. I would like to highlight the following extract from the Code. 8. Complying with the Code of Conduct. As a councillor, I undertake Code of Conduct training provided by my local authority. I cooperate with any Code of Conduct investigation and/or determination. I do not intimidate or attempt to intimidate any person who is likely to be involved with the administration of any investigation or proceedings. I comply with any sanction imposed on me following a finding that I have breached the Code of Conduct. I hope that we can all work together to achieve compliance with the Code in respect of all the environments we work within as councillors. Thank you. Agenda item 1, apologies. Chief Executive, will you read out the apologies received for this meeting, please?
Thank you, Chairman. I've received apologies from Councillor Hazel Allen, Councillor Julie Bagwell, Councillor Nick Geary, Councillor Peter Hall, Councillor Andy Jones, Councillor Marion Lepedvin and Councillor Chris Matthews.
Thank you. Agenda item 2, declarations of interest. Chief Executive, can you report on any declarations of interest received?
We haven't received any declarations, Chairman.
Thank you. Agenda item 3, confirmation of minutes. Councillors, do you agree to confirm the minutes of the ordinary council meeting held on the 22nd of June 2021? Is there any dissension from confirming the minutes? By consensus, that's approved. Agreed. Thank you. Agenda item 4, announcements and introductions from the Chairman. Civic activities and updates from the Chairman. So as Chairman, I have the honour of attending and presiding over various civic events in all 3 towns of the conurbation that comprise the BCP Council's jurisdiction. To that end, at this point, I would like to recognise and have recorded the recognition by BCP Council of the passing of Mrs Elizabeth Bath, who was made a Freeman of the town of Christchurch in 2008. It is my understanding that the service for her held at Christchurch Priory was attended by over 500 people. I would like to take the opportunity to refer to some of the engagements that I've attended since the last council meeting. Bearing in mind, as BCP Chairman, at all these events, I am fully aware that I am representing 400,000 people of this conurbation, to which it is a great honour. I think the events list somewhere over 24, so I'll be very quick. The Air Festival, some of you may have noticed that took place recently. I took the salute on behalf of BCP Council from Flying Tigers Army Parachute Display Team. The mayors of Bournemouth, Poole and Christchurch and myself were out on Royal Naval Patrol boat Smiter. All the mayors of Poole and Christchurch again took the salute from the Flying Tigers at the last day of the Air Festival. I personally took the salute at the Beat Retreat in the Lower Gardens on the Sunday. I visited recently Help for Homeless Veterans project in Winton, attended and spoke at the Poole at War 75 event on Poole Quay. I was required and honoured to lay wreaths at the Falklands Memorial in Poole and the Burma Star Memorial. On behalf of BCP Council, I attended the Roma Holocaust Memorial Service, attended the opening of the health bus launch with the Lord Lieutenant of Dorset, working with the High Sheriff of Dorset on many issues resulting from our first meeting when His Royal Highness Prince Charles visited the RNLI in Poole. I've visited Hope Food and Poole Waste Not Want Not, also visited Vita Nova, which does fantastic work in Boscombe, working with people who are rebuilding their lives, and it was an honour and a privilege to be there. I visited Citizens Advice in Bournemouth. I want to find a lot more about how we give citizens advice, because in all these challenges we face, people need that sort of help especially. Along with the mayors of Bournemouth and Poole, we attended the opening of new halls at AUB. I opened a sophology store in Poole and also visited the Poseidon Canine Hydrotherapy Hub in Poole. That's run by some ex-Afghan conflict veterans. Flag raising ceremonies I conducted were for the Armed Forces Day and the 999 Emergency Services Day. I opened the Born Free Pride Festival on the Triangle, and also along with the Kinston councillors visited Fernheath Play. I've attended the Bournemouth Chamber of Trade President's Dinner with the Deputy Mayor of Bournemouth, Councillor Susan Phillips. I've attended the Skills and Learning Centre in Oakdale prior to its move to Poole Dolphin Centre, and opened the Science Zone Rural Arcade Boscombe with the Mayor of Bournemouth. Including my Vice Chairman, who has also attended a number of events. I think we've attended nearly 30 events overall. And, I would say that is just the start. We've got plenty more to do. Thank you. Brings us to agenda item 5, public issues. We are back in the council chamber for the first time, and it is most heartening to receive so many public issues. On this occasion, using my chairman's discretion, I'm happy to extend the 15-minute time limit for public issues if required. Where there's a question to which an answer is to be given is not reached within the time limit, a written answer shall be provided to the question within 2 working days of the meeting, and a copy emailed to all councillors. So, public questions. John Pendrell has submitted a public question. He is unable to attend the meeting and has asked if the question could be read out on his behalf. I will ask the Chief Executive to read out the question, and I will then call on Councillor Mellor to respond to the question. Chief Executive.
Thank you, Chairman. The question put by John Pendrell is, why are so many middle and high status managers leaving the council? There are many incompatibilities between council policies and the relevance of them to the community. Personnel find it difficult or impossible to work in such an environment, so choose to move elsewhere to engage with policies that are appropriate to the towns and wider locations concerned. Are councillors aware of the disruption that occurs when experienced managers leave? Changes of personnel at higher levels cause delays in dealing with many issues that arise in the normal course of business.
Thank you, Chief Executive. Can I call on Councillor Mellor to respond to the question?
Thank you very much, Chair, and I thank for the question as well. I can say we've looked at the figures in some detail, and they are consistent with the previous local authorities and the wider economy. And it's natural that we'll have some anecdotal movement of staff as we emerge from the pandemic. We also need to consider the organisational change we're in. We've got the Smarter Structure programme and also bringing forward the three authorities. So there's an added change in our environment, and we should expect that. I think it's also important to say the amount of people that have moved on, we need to recognise their service, and we're hugely grateful to the efforts of those people who have got us through this pandemic, as we're hugely grateful to the dedication of officers across the council that have also done that. I think this is entirely consistent with what we'd expect, and I'm completely confident, and I believe we can evidence that we're still able to recruit the best talent in the country as we move forward to be a world-class single council. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mellor. Gerald Wrigler has submitted a public question. He is unable to attend the meeting and has asked if the question could be read out on his behalf. I will ask the Chief Executive to read out the question, and I will then call on Councillor Broadhead to respond to the question.
Thank you, Chairman. The question put by Gerald Wrigler is, discussing the local plan, the last council meeting learnt that a future BCP housing need of about 2,700 dwellings per annum was a fair and balanced representation. What is the evidence? Independently, ONS expects only 744 new households per annum will be formed in the BCP area during 2021 to 2031. That's the 2018 base projection. Therefore, some councillors think developers will build 2,000 surplus dwellings each year for the whole plan period. The population of BCP is projected to decline, so who could buy these surplus dwellings, and how may it be known that they will be built?
Thank you, Chief Executive. Could I ask Councillor Broadhead to respond to the question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to Mr. Wrigler for his question. The housing figure of around 2,700 dwellings per annum comes from the government's standard housing methodology. Government policy is clear that local authorities must use the standard methodology as a starting point for determining housing needs in each area. However, this is a starting point, and we have a piece of work underway at the moment to understand and to provide evidence for what the balanced representation of the actual housing need should be. I've written separately to Mr. Wrigler to assure him that the draft minutes from the last full council were not quite clear in what my actual words were in this meeting. Fortunately, a recording is available on YouTube. Watching that, Mr. Wrigler will see that I actually said that we were seeking to ensure that we have a fair and balanced view of what our housing numbers should be, not to just accept the 2,700 figure. The piece of work on this is now in its final stages, and I'll have more to announce on this very shortly. For the second part of his question, it's acknowledged that the government's standard housing methodology uses the 2014 household projections as the basis for calculating housing needs, whereas more recent household projections, such as the 2018, indicate a lower level of population growth. The government are also aware of this issue, but have reaffirmed that the need to continue calculating housing needs, as I've said before, has to be deemed using the 2014 projections in order to meet the national target of 300,000 homes per year. Again, and connected to the work mentioned previously, the Council is in the process of reviewing that position with its own housing evidence work to ensure that the local plan includes housing requirement that takes account of all of the available evidence and will ultimately meet our actual needs. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Phil Stanley Watts has submitted a public question on beach code of safety and swimming on the school curriculum. Mr. Stanley Watts, would you like to ask your question? And Councillor Iyengar will respond.
Just make sure you speak straight into it. Just 1 minute.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. This is all new to me. BCP beaches are amongst the safest in the UK, what with the professional approach of BCP seafront staff and lifeguards. Nevertheless, this summer there has been some tragic incidents, and also around UK coasts. Would the Cabinet member consider a beach code of safety, signage and swimming on the school curriculum? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Stanley Watts, and Councillor Iyengar will respond.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Mr Stanley Watts, for the question. Firstly, our condolences go out to the family of Mr Callum Asborn, who tragically lost his life in Poole Harbour earlier this summer. The Council, Haven Holidays, RNLI and Poole Harbour Commissioners work together to assess and make improvements around the Rockley Beach area where appropriate. We're fortunate, of course, to have the RNLI headquartered here in Poole, with lifeguards on our beaches, and along with the various voluntary lifeguard groups, they help keep beach visitors safe. We follow the advice of the RNLI that they issue in terms of water safety, as it's vitally important such information is consistent nationally. Further advice has come from Sarah Rempel, who's Director of Education, in regards to the school curriculum. Swimming is already part of the national curriculum for schools. All schools must provide swimming instruction either in Key Stage 1 or KS2. In particular, pupils should be taught to swim competently, confidently and proficiently over a distance of at least 25 metres. That's the first point. Second point, they should be able to use a range of strokes effectively, front crawl, backstroke, breaststroke, etc. And the third detail, they should be able to perform safe self-rescue in different water-based situations. Additionally, the RNLI offer an excellent swim safe scheme which provides free water safety lessons targeted at school children, and locally this is provided through the Water Sports Academy on Banks Road next to Sandbanks. UK-wide, finally, as a final point, UK-wide, I am currently a member of the LGA, Local Government Association's National Water Safety Forum, which includes councillors and officers in areas both coastal and inland where there's a good amount of water-based activity. Working with MPs and a variety of associations, we're looking to take forward work in the areas particularly of education and enforcement to improve people's safety. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Iyengar. Ian Redmond has submitted a public question on additional restrictions grant, AGR. Mr Redmond has confirmed that his wife will be attending to read out the question on his behalf. Mrs Redmond, would you like to read out the question, and Councillor Broadhead will respond?
Okay, thank you. The additional restrictions grant provided local councils with grant funding to support businesses that were severely impacted by the pandemic. The funds used by the council, which funded the Bounce Back Challenge Funds grant. Recognised external consultants, Dorset Growth Hub, independently scored the BBCF proposals and rated the deliverability of the Lagoon proposal as 0 out of 7. Councillor Broadhead was a member of a panel which upgraded the deliverability score to 5 out of 7. The 70,000 Lagoon proposal has no planning permission. Why was the Lagoon given a deliverability score of 5 out of 7? Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs Redmond. Councillor Broadhead, could I ask you to respond?
Thank you, Mr Chairman, and thank you to Mr Redmond for his question. Mr Chairman, all of the Bounce Back Challenge Fund applications were scored against 4 key criteria: helping the economy bounce back, pride of place, innovation and deliverability. The process for scoring against the criteria fell into 2 parts. We contracted Dorset Growth Hub to do a lot of the groundwork and draft scoring, and this was then complemented by our in-house economic development team, who assessed the draft scores and amended if necessary, using further local and professional knowledge to assist. These final scores, done in collaboration with the DGH and RED teams, were presented to the awarding panel for approval. The Dorset Growth Hub draft score considered the scheme deliverability as 0 in this one, but this was in the incorrect context of the project being built out. The Council's ED team, in their screening of the grant applications prior to the awarding panel, saw that the grant request was actually only to bring the scheme to submitting planning application stage, the total cost of which was $140,000, of which $50,000 was bounce back grant and $50,000 match funded external provider-backed funding. External private sector-backed funding. On the back of this, the score was amended to 5 out of 7 on the matrix of likely achievability of bringing a planning permission forward, and it was this that was considered by the decision panel. Our internal team also advises that it would be wrong of the decision panel to preempt any planning decisions and refuse a bounce-back grant on the basis of that alone, i.e. by assuming that the plan would not get planning approval, as this is entirely a matter for the planning committee at the time of any application. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Susan Chapman has submitted a public question to put on climate change. Ms Chapman, would you like to ask your question, and Councillor Mike Green will respond.
Thank you. Good evening. Scientists are warning of more deaths in 1 year as climate breaks down than all the world wars in the last 100 years combined, but the public remain uninformed. BCP's strategy echoes the dismal unambition of government as carbon bombing continues. Global scientists leaking part 3 of the IPCC report warn we have no time to lose. Avoiding multi-breadbasket failures and loss of natural systems is critical. Please, will BCP waste no time in introducing the brilliant decarbonising ideas of Rethink X's report on energy, transport and food, while injecting true environmental literacy and behavioural change into the whole conurbation? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Chapman. Could we... Mike Green, please, if you could respond. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Chairman, and thank you, Mr Chapman, for your question. BCP Council continues to prioritise our response to the climate and ecological emergency, allocating additional resources to support firm and committed action to reduce our impact on the environment and improve our resilience to extreme weather and climate change. Officers have reviewed the IPCC report and other professional assessments, the findings of which are guiding the development of our climate action plan, which will be published later this year. We look forward to further engaging with residents, businesses and visitors on this important agenda. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Charmaine Parkinson, Chair of Harbour Ambition Limited, has submitted a public question. She is unable to attend and has asked if the question could be read out on her behalf. I will ask the Chief Executive to read out the question. I will then call upon Councillor Broadhead to respond. Chief Executive.
Thank you, Chairman. The question asked by the Chair of Harbour Ambition Limited is: Harbour Ambition Community Benefit Society is pleased to see BCP Council making another proactive and positive step to acquire a key site within Pool's regeneration area, especially as it is adjacent to the Holes Bay site and brings the potential for coordinated development. We also welcome BCP's intention to ensure this particular development brings forward local homes for local people and opens up the public realm. We are concerned about the lack of inclusion of affordable homes. Does this mean there will be additional provision of truly affordable homes on the former power station site in mitigation?
Thank you, Chief Executive. Can I call upon Councillor Broadhead to respond, please?
Delighted to, Mr Chairman, and I would like to sincerely thank Harbour Ambition Limited for their question, along with their support for the Council's acquisition and delivery of the Carter's Quay waterfront development. I wholeheartedly agree that this step will help propel forward the regeneration of Poole, moving from a series of seemingly endless cycles of just talking about it to actually delivering it. Furthermore, our intervention here ensures that rather than these homes being offered on an open market for sale, which surely would have meant a large proportion would be snapped up by non-local second home buyers, we can provide these homes for rental for local people. Our history with similar developments, such as St Stephen's Road in Bournemouth, shows that the demographic of those who move into these types of homes are largely the young, who are often saving to get onto the housing ladder. The consented scheme did not make provision for affordable homes. However, as this development will now be offered for rental and not sale, this gives us much more flexibility over the life of the development in terms of how we wish to use the scheme to take forward our ambitions for more affordable homes across the whole BCP area. Indeed, as the projected income from this scheme over the long term of borrowing is around £40 million, this gives a generous income to play with in the long term for a variety of council priorities, of which I'm determined that affordable housing will be one. It's quite timely as well that at the next Cabinet meeting we are bringing forward our strategy for our non-regeneration housing sites across the BCP area, where our plan is to build thousands of affordable homes. Finally, I'm absolutely committed that truly affordable homes will be part of the mix of the former power station site. And now that we have our highly experienced urban regeneration company up and running, I look forward to the work that they'll be doing in collaboration with both the council and our local communities to making that a reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Melissa Carrington has submitted a public question on carbon emissions. She has confirmed that she will not be attending and requested that the question be read out on her behalf by Susan Chapman. Ms Chapman, would you like to read out the question and Councillor Mike Green will respond?
Okay. Thank you. This year, the government has enshrined in law a new target for carbon emissions reduction of 78% by 2035 and signed the G7 Nature Compact, committing to halting and reversing biodiversity loss by 2030. The UK Climate Change Committee has said that local authorities have powers or influence over roughly a third of emissions in their local areas. Given this, how does the Council propose to use its unique powers and influence to help deliver a 78% reduction in carbon emissions in the BCP area by 2035 and halt or reverse biodiversity loss in the BCP area by 2030? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Green, would you like to respond?
Thank you, Mr Chairman, and thank you, Mr Chapman. Hope you will pass on my thanks to Ms Carrington as well. The Council's declared carbon commitments support the targets set out by central government, including those in the recent G7 Nature Compact. Targets and data sets will be reviewed and used to guide the development of BCP's Climate Action Plan, which we publish later this year. BCP Council is actively working across a range of services and sectors to provide the infrastructure and facilitation that will make achieving carbon neutrality and climate resilience possible. For example, area-wide sustainable transport initiatives are being delivered through the Transforming Cities Fund programme, council homes are being built to A-rated or passive houses standards, and our Parks and Open Spaces teams are leading on the creation of a green infrastructure strategy which seeks to establish the area as a healthy, resilient, green and prosperous place that improves biodiversity and protects our natural capital. We hope to further engage with the largest and most influential local businesses and organisations through the creation of the BCP Climate Action Leadership Board before the end of the year. We will bring together, educate, support members of this group, and I hope also learn from them in reducing their carbon footprint and adopting sustainable business practices, with the aim of improving environmental, economic and social performance. BCP Council welcomes the opportunity to lead by example, but is relying on all members of our community to take action to achieve these very challenging climate and ecological goals. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Green. My Vice Chairman informs me we finished on time in that section, so I'm very grateful. Thank you. Statements. Conor Olubi has a statement that he wishes to make on fly tipping. He has confirmed that he would like his statement read out, so I will call on the Chief Executive to read it out for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. The statement from Conor Olubi is as follows. Fly tipping is a scourge that blights our environment and potentially puts people's health at risk. It is happening with increasing frequency. I urge the Council to take all measures available to them to address this problem, including prosecution of offenders wherever possible.
Thank you, Chief Executive. Statements do not receive a reply in this arena. Thank you. Petitions. I would like to report that a petition has been received in accordance with the Constitution that will be dealt with under Agenda Item 6 on the agenda. So, Agenda Item 6, petition, Make Ashley Road Safe. I'd just like to set out the following, which will be the process for dealing with the petition. First, I will call on Councillor Millie Earle, petition organiser, to present the petition, and this is not to exceed 3 minutes. If members have questions or clarifications on the petition, they will be directed to Councillor Earle as the petition organiser. I will then open the debate, and the Leader of the Council may wish to make initial comments at that stage. At the close of the debate, the right of reply is available to the petition organiser, and the right of reply from proposer of any motion, and that will lead to conclusion and vote. So, first of all, can I call on Councillor Millie Earle, petition organiser, to present the petition, please?
Thank you, Chair. Councillors, today I'm presenting this petition on behalf of over 2,000 residents, traders and shop staff across Parkstone who want to see an end to crime and antisocial behaviour on Ashley Road. Ashley Road is one of the largest shopping districts. It's the largest in Poole. It is home to over 100 shops and businesses, most of which are small independent traders. It is a vital part of Parkstone's local economy, providing jobs, services and shops to thousands of residents. I'm proud to say that today, so many years ago, I was actually born at number 610 Ashley Road. I and so many others have actually seen the area decline, particularly in the last 4 years with the normalisation of antisocial behaviour, antisocial behaviour and drug use in our community, which is a constant source of fear, stress and anger for local residents and traders. To clarify what's going on, the negative behaviour comes from a small group of adults who are individuals, some of which are housed locally but can't consume drugs or alcohol in their accommodation. This means that they use public spaces instead of gathering in sizable, instead of doing that at home and gathering therefore in sizable groups. On a regular basis, we see drug use, drug dealing, theft, fighting, intimidation, abuse, public sex acts, shop doorways and alleyways being used as toilets, and needles left in planters and bushes. We're talking about low-level but visible crime and antisocial behaviour, happening time and time again against the same residents and businesses committed by the same individuals. Things do improve every so often, but it's a revolving door in and out of prison. Things get bad depending on who's out and about. I want to acknowledge, though, that right now, this side of summer, things are better. I'm very thankful that the CSAS officer has been made permanent following the initial neighbourhood SIL funding. I'm also pleased the new PSPO is in place. I've lost myself again. Recently, the police and council have started communicating with the housing provider, which is another really positive step. However, there's a lot more to do to end the demoralisation of victims, the challenges facing the individuals causing the problems, and shift the negative reputation from Ashley Road so we can be a vibrant, safe and attractive shopping district that residents can be proud of. The petition calls for action. To kick that off, I'm asking Council for a resolution within the Constitution's petition scheme under 5.3e to hold a meeting between relevant portfolio holders, relevant officers, all 10 councillors who represent a part of Ashley Road, with invitations to external stakeholders such as the police, housing partners and the Traders Association. The purpose would be to create a plan of action to be approved by Cabinet that acknowledges the changing nature of the situation and the complexities surrounding addiction and seeks to improve the situation for the whole community.
Thank you, Councillor Earle. So for members who have any questions of clarification on the petition, could you indicate if you would like to ask a question for clarification? Councillor Hadley.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Millie. Happy birthday. My question is really in terms of the more general lessons that we can learn for the whole of BCP, because clearly in my ward in Poole Town we have similar problems, perhaps not as extreme as you have in Ashley Road, but it's similar in nature, people who are on a pathway of support and then out and about in the community creating issues for other people. So I wish you well with it, and I'd just like to know whether you feel that we can learn some general lessons. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hadley.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just to clarify, Absolutely. I mean, this is a real opportunity to actually learn what works in one particular area that we can then replicate across other areas of the conurbation where they might be suffering with the same issue. A lot of it is about street drinking, and that's something that maybe hasn't been experienced in Poole as much as it has done elsewhere. So it's all about finding those solutions and replicating them wherever we can and trying new things as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Sandra Moore, I think you indicated, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Happy birthday, Millie. I'm concerned about this area for very personal family reasons. So can I ask, which of the possible solutions do you think would work best for the Ashley Road? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moore. Councillor Rowe?
Thank you, Councillor. I won't turn around and sort of talk to you over here. But absolutely, I mean, there are so many improvements to make. So I've actually spent quite a long time over the last few months researching this issue and finding ways that we could improve the situation. For me, I think housing is a key point. For example, we've got some people who have been living in the accommodation for years and years and aren't actually changing their behaviour. So there's a fundamental issue with the appropriacy of the housing and the care they're being provided. I also think something else which always I come back to is the relationship between housing providers, who are our partners as a council, who we commission to, and their tenants themselves. So perhaps if there was an opportunity to review our contract.
Do we have a technical issue?
Anyway,
Please continue.
Thank you, yeah. So looking at housing providers and how they have contracts with their residents, that maybe look at more of expectations outside of the accommodation, not just inside. I also think that drug and alcohol and mental health services perhaps need to adopt more of an in-reach, assertive in-reach programme, which they've been using in Bournemouth for a really long time, but we haven't yet got in Poole. I'd love to talk about enforcement and expanding CSAS. And also, I think there are some environmental changes to make. So I've had a look at some solutions such as reduce the strength, which tries to reduce alcohol strength from shops in the local area, but also things like expanding the community alcohol partnership to see if that could do any work in these known hotspots and then transfer those solutions elsewhere.
Thank you. Councillor, thank you. At this point, could I invite Councillor Dan Butt and Councillor Judes Butt into the chamber? I think they're waiting. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Welcome. As there are no more questions for clarifications on the petition, I'll then move to opening the debate. I can invite the Leader of the Council, may wish to make an initial statement. And you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I'll reserve my right to speak later in the debate. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay. So can we have indications of those who would like to contribute to the debate, please? Councillor Mark Anderson.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm aware of the Ashley Road fly-tipping antisocial behaviour that residents were complaining about under the Liberal administration, and I'm surprised that Councillor Earl did not mention this. We've just heard Mr Conor O'Leary's statement to Council. Fly-tipping is a scourge that blights our environment and potentially puts people's health at risk. It's happening with increasing frequency. I urge the Council to take all measures available to them to address this problem, including prosecution of offenders wherever possible. Well, fly-tipping is a priority of Councillor Haynes and myself and this administration. And at the Cabinet meeting of the 26th of May this year, our proposals for creating a fly-tipping and fly-posting enforcement pilot were accepted. I'm therefore really pleased that at the beginning of this month, we finally launched the pilot and are already having success with over 50 fixed penalty notices issued. I would also like to ask residents to make sure that they use an accredited and genuine waste carrier to get rid of their rubbish. You need to check their proof of registration with Environment Agency, ask how your rubbish is going to be disposed of, and ask for a proper invoice or waste transfer note, or receipt, because if it's later found to be fly-tipped, you will be the one fined. Finally, when Mr O'Luby or any other member of the public comes across any fly-tipping or fly-posting, can they please report it to community enforcement@bcpcouncil.gov.uk, and this same address can be used to report any queries on business waste management rules. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. Councillor Farquhar, I think you indicated you'd like to. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, thanks to Councillor Anderson for bringing out the fact that fly tipping is also antisocial behaviour. But to come back to the root causes, I think, in particular for Ashley Road, and why it is that PCSOs and CSAS officers have been deployed to that particular area, because, as Councillor Earl pointed out, it's been long-standing. And I think the solutions need to come from within the actual council itself as regards, is it right for us to continue the same old pattern of behaviour instead of looking outside of addressing the root cause, which is those people which are in need because of addictions, because of a variety of conditions that affect their mental health and well-being. And should this council not actually approach organisations such as Vita Nova, that you yourself, Chair, visited, to actually identify that this behaviour can be changed with support? So I would actually call upon the council to consider funding organisations such as Vita Nova that actually work on the ground every single day, restoring the confidence and the ability to actually become an effective member again of the community. And I think that's how you address antisocial behaviour, by actually changing the route with support and understanding, and also picking them up when they actually fall. So I'd ask the council to actually consider funding organisations such as Vita Nova to help in the journey for rehabilitation for those that need it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Farquhar. I think Councillor Rigby, you indicated. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Councillor Earl, thanks very much for bringing this to Council. I think it's a really great petition, and this isn't a situation which is unique to Ashley Road, but I know that you do have a lot of issues that are probably slightly bigger than some areas, like in Winton East, where I represent. This morning, I was actually at a meeting with Bournemouth North Pub Watch, and one of the issues which we were discussing there was street drinking by known individuals. The police are there and they're aware of the same people, and it's exactly the same. These are people who are in housing. It's not people who are rough sleeping. It's people who are leaving home to go out and drink because it's a place where they can, and they can consume not just alcohol but drugs as well. And it's an issue which is impacting on local pubs with them trying to get into them. There's some discussion of people trying to get into the pubs to use their toilets and taking drugs inside the pub before they can be removed. And it's something which is close to the heart of businesses which are operating across the BCP. I think having one area as a trial would be a fantastic idea, and if we can see that used in Ashley Road and take what works there and roll it out across the entire conurbation, it would be brilliant to see. So I'd really support this petition. Councillor Anderson, thanks for bringing up fly tipping, because that was actually an issue which was also discussed this morning. I'm really pleased to hear this trial is going ahead and that there are some notices going out, because this was something which was a reason I was asked to attend, actually, because of the worries about fly tipping down alleys in Charminster, in Winton and places like that. So it'd be really good to hear more when you've got some time about where these trials are actually taking place and where the notices are being issued. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rigby. I understand Councillor Sandra Moore has indicated she'd like to speak, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Well, as I said before, my son and his family live in the Ashley Road area, and they signed this petition, as did many of their friends and their neighbours. And I know that my family like living in the Ashley Road and really don't want to live anywhere else. They enjoy it. However, unpleasant problems, and I'm talking about drug taking and I'm talking about street drinking, are often encountered on the school run in the Ashley Road, which my daughter-in-law walks every day. This is not pleasant for families, and I appreciate that these are vulnerable people with addictions, and they need more help and more support. And residents, especially with those young children, are rightfully concerned. I think we definitely need more action, and I support the request. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moore. Do we have somebody indicated? Oh, yes. Simon McCormack. Councillor McCormack, please.
Thank you, Chair. Many of you would have heard the term evidence-based resourcing, which is where you put your resources where the evidence shows that it's needed. And I think on this occasion, Councillor Earle has shown the evidence, and we should place the resources where the evidence shows where it's needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McCormack. Councillor Bobby Dove.
Yeah, thank you very much for allowing me to speak tonight. As you may well know, I am the Vice Chair of the Peace and Crime Panel, and I represent our BCP residents along with 4 other councillors from this borough. What we haven't heard is obviously the voice of the police tonight, and I have got a reply here to an email that I've sent from the Police and Crime Commissioner, who says the following. Police and Crime Commissioner for Dorset is disappointed that Councillor Earle has not contacted him about this petition, which is being presented tonight to BCP Council. Ashley Road is and has always been a priority area for the PCC. He visited this area not only in his run-up to the election, but since his election with both PFH Councillor Haynes, as well as the area sergeant and the PC that cover that patch. There's been huge investment recently, and this includes the several operations which are in place to tackle the issue raised, Operation Nova and Operation Point, which we have heard has begun to take hold and is beginning to see some changes for the positive in the area. Further to this, the PCC has launched Operation Relentless, which is aimed at tackling ASB. And as part of this scheme, a community fund was launched to invite bids of between £100 to £5,000. There has been no application received to date from anyone from the Ashley Road area or from Councillor Earle. So we're right when we hear tonight that the same old work doesn't make any changes, and we need to change and re-look at how we do our things. We know that this needs funding, and we know that we need trials such as Councillor Rigby has suggested this evening. And for that reason, I'd like to bring to everyone's attention that the Police and Crime Commission is delighted to launch a new scheme as part of his 100 days in office. So tackling ASB is a key priority of the PCC, and the purpose of the scheme is to support local projects and initiatives that reduce ASB and increase public feeling of safety in areas which are disproportionately affected by ASB. Funding applications are welcome up to the 4th of October 2021 and have been in place since the 9th of August. And those who can apply would be community groups and charitable organisations such as the ones that Councillor Farquhar has spoken to, community interest companies and organisations that have previously been in receipt of Safe at Dorset funds. Tackling ASB is a top priority for not only the PCC, but this Conservative administration. We have started to make some improvements. We are starting to see those improvements. They will continue, and we look for the community to support us in doing that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dove. I understand Councillor Haynes has indicated she'd like to speak. Councillor Haynes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's been quite interesting listening to the points that have been raised, and I thank Councillor Earle for bringing the petition forward. It comes as no surprise that I am actually aware of the issues, the ASB in Ashley Road, but I'd also say that a lot of work has already been done and continues to be carried out in the area. And in particular, I'd like to make some points here to say that the CSAS officer that's currently allocated specifically for Ashley Road was funded actually, I believe, for 1 year, a trial period, but funded through SIL, not through money that had actually been identified from an ongoing sustainable budget. One of the things I did when I was made portfolio holder for community safety was to discuss with officers the issue of ASB, not just in Ashley Road, but conurbation-wide, as has actually been indicated by other members in the chamber of areas, their own ward, where they are also experiencing ASB. And in particular, because I was very aware that the CSAS officer in Ashley Road was funded through SIL, and that funding was only for 1 year, I was determined to find the funding to actually make that sustainable. And I'm very pleased that Councillor Earl has acknowledged that that has actually been done, because the funding for that CSAS officer will now be there for the foreseeable future. So that service can actually continue to actually look after the interests of the residents that not just live in Ashley Road, but go and visit Ashley Road as a shopping centre. I have to say that when I heard about this petition, which was actually started back in April, I did contact Councillor Earl in June to say, let's discuss working together to tackle the issues, because it's bigger than me, it's bigger than Councillor Earl. It needs lots of other partner agencies to actually come in together, exactly as she stated, to work together. But the response I had was, there has been some improvement in the area, but however, she would prefer to actually get the required 2,000 signatures to trigger a debate at full council. I'm just rather confused, really, because if you look at the wording of the petition, it actually says that these unpleasant experiences are being witnessed every day. Yet the petition was started in April. It's now September, 6 months later, it's brought forward. We could have actually started working back in June, and we could have had some further solutions in place on top of what is already ongoing. As has been mentioned, I actually work very closely with the area sergeant. I work very closely with the Dorset PCC. I know that several operations have actually been in place to actually deal with the issues. So I just very quickly will wrap up now, Mr. Chairman, that I feel, as Councillor Duff has said, it's not appropriate for me to speak on behalf of the Dorset Police, of which this petition is also addressed. So I therefore propose that the petition be referred to Cabinet, where a comprehensive report will be drawn up in collaboration with our police colleagues, and all the Councillor Earl, as the petition presenter, will be invited to attend, along with any other member that has an interest, not just in this petition, but in ASB in general. And I believe I do have a seconder. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Haynes. You proposed that. Do we have a seconder, please? Councillor O'Neill, if you'd like to offer your support.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I'd be delighted to second the motion as presented, or proposal as presented by Councillor Haynes. And if I may, Chairman, to say a few words. Thank you, Chairman. Yes, it is a complex issue. I think we'd all agree with that. But I would like to acknowledge the noticeable progress that has been made to date, and which Councillor Earl has referred to, and to thank those involved over many months of commitment and activity. These include not just Councillor Haynes, who has been working diligently on the issues, but also from within BCP Council, Economic Development Officer Matt Robson, with whom I commenced working about mid-2019 to secure civil monies to support the recruitment of an officer. Ongoing and since then, members of the Council, ASB and CSAS teams, including ASB Officer Hayley Langhor and also Officer Wayne Terry, who has shown great insight and commitment to the resolution of problems shared. It would be remiss if I did not also acknowledge the work of the police officers, Claire Davies, John Upshart and Sergeant Sophie Williams, whom I'm sure could respond fully on their own behalf, including cautions given, arrests made and orders served. It would also be right to acknowledge the new Police and Crime Commissioner, David Sidwick, who has at last, one might say long last, placed ASB in the top 5 areas of his priorities. And lastly, of course, to thank those residents and traders who attended many months of meetings where matters were discussed, frustrations shared and ideas presented. I'm confident Ashley Road is much improved, but do not deny that further progress can and will be made. And I know that those involved are committed to do so. Crime is not instantly resolved, neither is it totally removed. However, its benefits, if there be any, can be called into question. Chairman, I would also be remiss if I did not place Ashley Road alongside nearby Alexandra Park, as both their problems and futures are entwined. They share and have shared common situations between these two locations. Lastly, and in summary, I would like to thank the dancers that deliver, and there are many in this room, but not the publicists who promote. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. Just to make a point that you can only speak once in any debate. I've had an indication that Councillor Bull would like to speak. You would be obliged to speak to the amendment, Councillor Bull. Is that your intention? Yes. Thank you.
So long I've forgotten how to work the mic.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair.
I beg your pardon.
And thank you for the motion, Councillor Haynes. Any collaboration with the police, with the council workers, should also include people with the skills and the knowledge of addictions and alcoholism and how to move forward. I've heard Vita Nova mentioned, a charity which has been in existence for over 20 years doing some good work, but we also need to have people from perhaps the treatment services. I'm not an expert in that area, but I'm sure there's many people who would benefit the debate. So I thank Councillor Earl for bringing the initial petition and Councillor Haynes for her motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bull. Just to correct myself there, it's not an amendment, it's a proposal from Councillor Haynes that was seconded by Councillor O'Neill. Councillor Robson, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'd just like to say I don't really see that the point in this extra proposal. We've heard tonight a lot of support for what's trying to be done on Ashley Road from various members on the other side there. And we've also talked about how we want to see action and get stuff moving forward. So why are we putting in another layer of bureaucracy and taking this to Cabinet and slowing everything down? If you want action, guys, let's have action now. Let's have the meeting that we're proposing. Let's get it done. Bit disappointed to hear from the PCC now telling us that we can have £5,000 to get stuff done. He promised us 3 years ago that he had a plan. Clearly he hasn't. The fact that he didn't know about it also confuses me because clearly he must have known about it in June. Sorry? Yeah, but he campaigned for 3 years and he campaigned. Anyway, that's by the by. So if we knew about this in June, then surely it's up to you to tell him, not you know. So a bit confused about the PCC's position, but there we go. So we don't really need this proposal. Let's get this meeting done. Let's get it going and let's make Ashley Road safe for our residents. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Robson. Yes, no one else has indicated, so... yes, you can only speak once in any debate. So if I could call Councillor Mellor, please.
Yeah, and very happy to speak to this, and can I thank Councillor Haynes for moving this forward. And I think we should also thank the 2,000 residents that have responded. I'm really pleased that the Conservative message on antisocial behaviour is finally getting through to members on the other side. Frankly, I find it absolutely incredulous, the comment that Councillor Earl made earlier on about, I would like to see expanding CSAS officers. It's about what you do, not what you say. You have continued to vote against when we've brought forward opportunities to invest in CSAS. So, honestly, I think that shames you. If you look at what our record is in terms of what we've actually doing as administration around this, we have invested in 6 extra CSAS officers in our last budget. We have made it a permanent CSAS officer in Ashley Cross, not the sticking plaster that when you were in charge of administration you put on it. We've heard from Councillor Anderson about a fly tipping pilot across BCP. I appreciate what Councillor Farquhar said, and we're delivering by investing in the Health Hub, that we're doing now, active, change, working across our partner agencies to deliver change for these groups of people. I find it also incredible, but we haven't discussed this. We find you haven't discussed this with the PCC. You refused to work with the portfolio holder when you wanted to, waste time, spend more time getting your petition up to the 2,000 limit. For me, it's really simple. This is politics over people, and that is the politics of the worst kind. We are getting on with the job. We're absolutely committed. For PCC, before he was the PCC for 3 years, was running an ASB survey. He's massively changed the game in terms of what the ASB debate is in this conurbation, and I thank him for that. We're following on with that, and we're putting our money where our mouth is on a number of actions. So I do believe we should refer this to Cabinet, because you should carry on letting us get on with the job, because that's exactly what we are doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. Just to ask Councillor McCormack, did you want to speak to the proposal? Because you've already spoken in the debate. Was it the proposal
Chair,
you wished to speak to?
I did.
Then I'd invite you to do so, please.
Yeah, the proposal just seems like we're having a meeting now. You want to refer it to another meeting so that we can then get another meeting. It just seems like a bit of a bizarre plan. We're all here now. We might as well just make the decision now rather than... I mean, is this going to become the administrating of more meetings and meetings, or are you actually going to do...
Thank you, Councillor McCoy. So this gives us the opportunity for the right of reply to the petition organiser, please.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, that's a really interesting debate, and I'm really thrilled that everyone sort of has this passion about it, and it's certainly not just me who's experiencing this. We have, 2,000 residents here who put their name to that line to ask for help, and that's what it is. It's not a criticism of what's going on. It's a cry for help, if anything. So I don't want anyone to feel like it's, an attack on the Police and Crime Commissioner, an attack on the administration. I do absolutely acknowledge that things are good at the moment, but we have seen, literally over the last 4 years, things go up and down, and really it's about trying to stop that in its tracks, so we break that cycle of antisocial behaviour and really tackle those issues at the source. I'm going to present this petition to the Police and Crime Commissioner and to the Chief Constable. That's part of the petition going to Dorset Police. I had no idea that there was a grant funding programme for £100,000 to £5,000 to help tackle these things. It would be lovely to know more about these things and whether we could get a bit more information about those circulated to Council. I'd really, really appreciate that. I think just to say, Councillor Haynes is right. This was started in April when things were at breaking point, and one of the reasons I started the petition was because I was actually quite rattled about some of the things I was hearing from residents. Incitement of violence, threats against these vulnerable people. It really worried me. So I thought, let's take that anger, and instead of people potentially doing something on the streets, put it into something that can then be presented to Council and actioned. So it's not about trying to undermine the process or stop work going on. It's about giving our residents a voice, which is what I've been doing with this petition. I think the other thing to say really is, you're right, thanking these residents for putting their petition to their signatures to this petition. It really comes back to what those 2,000 people have said and acknowledging those issues on Ashley Road. I really want to make sure that there's actionable points to work towards, especially if things do deteriorate again, because we get into this cycle of things getting bad, everyone sort of doesn't do anything about it, and then suddenly we have to tackle it again, and it takes a long time to do that just because of the amount of processes, the collaboration between everyone. So what I would like is a reactive plan, a way that we can measure the outcomes, measure what's going on, and make sure that we're stopping the very source of it, which is really about helping those vulnerable people, and that's something that the Council has a responsibility to do, not just the police.
Thank you, Councillor Earle. Thank you. Before I move to close the debate, the Constitution allows the right of reply from any proposer of a motion. So, Councillor Haynes.
Thank you very much, Chair. I will attempt to sum up. I think a lot of the points that have been raised, they're very valid, and I acknowledge that ASB is an issue that faces all of us here in the Chamber in one way or another, depending on what ward we represent. What I would say is that I also sit on the CSP, which is a board which is the Community Safety Partnership, which is the police, the CCG, adult social care, children's services, youth provision, probationary service, and the list goes on. I think the problems that have actually been highlighted by a lot of members here today, particularly Councillor Rigby and Councillor Farquhar, they actually require more than just the council. They require multi-agency working. So in the Community Safety Partnership, or CSP, we already have various strands of priority work, of which community safety is one, substance abuse, addiction, and how to deal with it, that's another. The leader, Councillor Mello, has alluded to the approval that Cabinet has made of a health hub that's actually in the process of being made. So I think coming back to the interesting point, or rather curious point that Councillor Robson had raised about why are we wasting time bringing another report, and also to Councillor McCormack's point, the reason is because there is already so much work going on with us as a council, with us, with our partners, and also because this requires input from the police, the best thing to do, and hence my proposal, is that we bring a report together that actually details the work that has already gone on, the results, the work that's ongoing, and the work that's in the process of being planned, being drawn up. And as I said, all members are actually going to be welcome to attend and speak, make their views known, and that way we can see where we are. And there was talk about what works in one area may or may not work in another area, and that report will pull that all together. And also, I believe in November, we will also have an annual report from the Community Safety Partnership, which may already detail some of this work that's ongoing. So there is an awful lot that's happening, and I think it's important that members are made aware of the work that's already in place, the results, whether it works, whether it doesn't work, before we dive into another big working group and then repeat what has already been done before, because I don't think that's an efficient way to work. So, Mr. Chairman, with that, I will actually conclude now and say I so propose. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Haynes. Would it be too much trouble to actually ask you to enunciate your proposal, please, for the records?
Yes, Chair. I propose that the petition be referred to Cabinet for a joint report to be commissioned between ourselves and Dorset Police, and that all members will be invited to attend the meeting where the report will be presented.
Thank you, Councillor Haynes. So that takes the debate to the conclusion, which moves us to the vote. I'd like to ask for a vote, please, on that proposal. Yes, we do need to bring in the councillors who are in the Phoebe room, so we just have a brief adjournment while they make their way. We've arranged for them to be summoned, have we?
I think so, but there is a 30-second delay on the relay of the live stream,
okay.
Apparently.
So if we just adjourn for a moment, if we could just... proposal. Can we have a show of hands, please, in favour? I think it's safe to assume that that's a majority. Can you keep your hands up, please?
I'm not bothering to count, Chairman. I think it's a majority. Is anybody?
Councillor Karen Tompkins.
You don't need to. It's a majority. You don't need to count. Why are you counting, Karen? There's not enough to outvote that number.
Thank you. You can all put your hands down now that it was carried. Thank you very much. Gosh, that was exciting. Very exciting from here. Right, everybody take a deep breath. Right, so on to agenda item 7, question from councillors. For this council meeting, we have a substantial number of questions from councillors. I'm obliged to keep this section of the meeting to 30 minutes in accordance with the Constitution. Supplementary questions are available for councillors to respond directly to the reply the portfolio holder has afforded them, but these questions must be indeed questions, not statements, and emanate from the reply just given. I will stop any further dialogue if it does not bring further clarity directly to the issue and immediate subject matter of the original question. So bearing in mind, limited to 3 minutes. This first question from Councillor Bull to Councillor Mike Green. I'm minded to make an observation on this particular first question, whilst everybody is very aware that you're only allowed 3 minutes. This is a cross-party issue. We all signed the climate emergency, so there may be a degree of leeway from here so that we get all the nuances and facts that we all need to hear and be reassured on. So, Councillor Bull, I understand you have a question to put to Councillor Mike Green on the IPCC report on climate change. Councillor Bull.
Thank you, Chair. Following the recent IPCC report released on the 9th of August, coincidentally 2 years after the BCP Council declared a climate and ecological emergency, what immediate action and leadership can residents expect from this Council that reflects the seriousness and gravity of the situation facing us all?
Thank you, Councillor Bull. Could I ask Councillor Mike Green to reply?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank you, Councillor Bull, for your question. Let me start by agreeing with Councillor Bull about the need for the Council's leadership on climate change. The IPCC report, described by the UN as a code red for humanity, evidences critical and unprecedented changes in global weather and climate systems as a result of human activity. We acknowledge the immediacy that is required to respond to the climate and ecological emergency, further emphasised by this recent report. There is a collective responsibility for work at scale and at pace to protect the BCP area by reducing our own emissions, improving resilience to extreme weather events, and protecting local ecology to safeguard natural systems for future generations. But before answering the direct question about what actions the Council are taking and should take, I had to let members know about the huge barrier I found when I took on the climate change portfolio, and that is the simple one of resource. As a full Council earlier last year, we collectively approved a budget which allocated £240,000 to climate change. That summer, the previous administration withdrew that vital funding. As a result, when I took on the role 10 months ago, despite the declaration of the emergency and despite all the worthy words of some of the politicians opposite me, the sustainability team I inherited for the whole of Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole was actually smaller than the one I had in Bournemouth Borough Council alone 2 years previously. 1.8 full-time equivalent officers who were supposed to be responsible for everything from an increasingly burdensome support for members and report writing to finding locations for solar farms and working out how to fund them, an impossible task. Let's be clear, when it came to climate change, to coin a phrase used recently, the last administration was all mouth and no trousers. Yet despite that extreme lack of resource, we have achieved a significant amount and started a number of initiatives over those 10 months. A few examples. We have embarked on developing a green infrastructure strategy. We've started local flood modelling and resilience planning. We're making a £2.4 million investment in low-carbon investment to council buildings through the public sector decarbonisation scheme. We've introduced carbon modelling and investment planning. We've introduced electric vehicle charging to our recycling centres. We've developed a sustainable fleet strategy and plan, for which I'll be seeking funding approval later this evening, with significant carbon savings already in place and more planned. And we have acted as an angel investor for research at Bournemouth University and Arts University Bournemouth to help develop student projects which promote our climate change and biodiversity aims. Projects we've invested in so far include developing plans for a beach waste toy library, pocket nature reserves and bug hotel signage, sustainable takeaway food packaging, and for Poole Harbour ecological improvements. Over the next 3 months, I also expect that we will establish an operational and properly supported Climate Action Leadership Board made up of the Council and the BCP area's largest contributor and influencer businesses and establishments. Be launching a local community action climate bond. And I'm particularly excited to announce now that we intend to introduce a BCP energy grant scheme, which will build on the successful government LEAP project, offering the benefits of free and discounted home insulation to a much wider audience. Details of this should be published in a few weeks. But I must return to the vital question of resources to carry out our climate action work. One of the first acts of this Conservative administration was to reverse that savage cut made by our predecessors of the £240,000 allocated to climate action. And that reversal is what has allowed all the projects and initiatives I've just listed to progress. Later this meeting, Councillor Mellor will be bringing to the Council the successful budget outturn report, and it's from that surplus that he has allocated a doubling of that £240,000 to £480,000 to be available for our work on climate action. And I can tell you that now that it is our intention in the forthcoming medium-term financial plan to make that £480,000 part of the Council's base budget and so be made permanent for future years.
Three minutes, Councillor Green.
Mr. Chairman, I believe that we do that the Constitution...
Just making you aware.
Oh, thank you very much, Chairman. Actually, I have only a little left to go.
Thank you so much.
The implications of this are enormous. It means that our hard-working but totally overwhelmed team of 1.8 equivalent employees will become a fully structured, integrated team of 8, working exclusively on climate change and ecology, and led by its own service director. Recruitment to the posts has already started. Bluntly, this council will no longer be appearing in amateur hour. It will have a full professional operation with the capability to attract the necessary funding and implement the projects we need to invest in if we are to stop just bleating about the climate and ecological emergency and actually do something about it. And I am working with the leader now on ways that the council can prime those projects too. In the 2021 budget, we all agreed to allocate a significant amount to climate action as a member priority. The last administration decided it wasn't enough of a priority and cancelled that allocation. Our administration has put the money back, then we doubled it, and next month we'll make sure that that's permanent year on year, and we've introduced the officer structure to make it work. That, in the words of Councillor Bull's question, is the sort of immediate action and leadership that residents can expect from this council that reflects the seriousness and gravity of the situation facing us all. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Green. My apologies. Thank you, Councillor Slade. I understand from the monitoring officer that you have a point of order to raise.
Unfortunately, I am unable to locate the detail in the Constitution. However, we are only supposed to speak for 3 minutes. That was 6 minutes. You did ask him to stop. But the point is, I understand you are giving discretion on this particular question. But if we're being asked to only speak to the question, it seems inappropriate for 4 minutes to have expired before the question started to be answered. That does not feel the appropriate way to conduct.
Thank you for that observation. Councillor Broadhead.
Chairman, I do have a point of order, and it's under the Meeting Procedure Rules D, which you can find in the Constitution 427 and 428. And it does talk about the, sorry, not 427, 428, a little bit further on. And it does talk about the protocol for asking questions, and nowhere does it say in there that it is limited to 3 minutes. It only says that we have to follow the procedure rules should any questions relate to an item that's actually on the council agenda, in which case it would limit to 3 minutes. So I'm just not quite sure where the advice is coming from about this limit, because it's never something that has that we've actually done before, and it's not in the Constitution. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Certainly there's a point to refer to the Constitutional Working Group on this one, so please accept my apologies for both sides, but I did anticipate leaving a degree of leeway because the climate emergency is so important to all of us, and we did, I understand virtually all of us, we did sign it. So I hope that if there's more heat and light and clarity and a better way of going forward, then that I'd be grateful for that. Thank you for that question. Councillor Ricketts, I understand you have a question. Sorry, does somebody have a point of order? I do apologise, Councillor Ball. You have a second supplementary. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I know we went on a bit of a diversion there.
Yes, I do apologise.
Thank you, Councillor Green, for your answer. It's very good to see there's lots of things forthcoming. I won't go on because I've got to ask a question. Do you agree that we are in a climate emergency and that we should be moving like the wind to take action?
Councillor Green.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I didn't hear the last part of that question.
Do you agree that we are in a climate and ecological emergency and that we should be moving like the wind to take action?
You may respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Ricketts, I understand you have a question to put to Councillor Mike Green on the petition on Barrack Road. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. A petition with approximately 500 verified signatures has been handed into Council from residents of Commons Ward concerned with the effect on road safety and business viability of the proposed dual cycleway along Barrack Road as part of the Transforming Cities Fund. Please could the portfolio holder for Transport and Sustainability confirm that he is in receipt of this petition and further guarantee that the concerns raised by residents will be fully taken into consideration and evaluated before any further action is taken on this part of the TCF scheme. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Ricketts. Councillor Mike Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Councillor Ricketts, for your question. The proposed improvements on Barrack Road form part of a fast, safe cycle route linking Christchurch to Merley via North Bournemouth and North Poole, with links to the wider Dorset network too. The biggest problem on our roads is congestion. If by giving people safe and attractive choices, we can persuade just a small percentage of those to choose a more sustainable mode of travel, this will have a significant impact on the level of congestion seen on our roads, allowing junctions to operate within their physical capacity and freeing the space up for those who do still want to use their cars. There will be benefits from reduced carbon emissions and improved air quality too. As well as positive feedback and support for the proposals, we have also received the petition and other responses which express concern about proposed parking reduction outside some Barrack Road businesses. We will, of course, consider these responses and look at whether there are any mitigating or alternative measures which might be included before reaching any decisions on the final design. I can assure Councillor Ricketts that any changes to the road, as with all highway improvements carried out by this Council, will strictly adhere to Department for Transport guidance to ensure that what is being designed will be safe for all road users, including emergency vehicles. While the previous administration adopted a dogmatic approach to road closures and other such measures, often without any pre-consultation, this administration's approach is a much more pragmatic one, which weighs up all the aspects fairly before making any changes. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Thank you very much for that. Councillor Phipps, I understand you have a question to put to Councillor Broadhead on the Bounce Back grant.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman. BCP Council has given a £70,000 Bounce Back grant to Adventurers Out There to enable it to submit a planning application for a water park lagoon at Herne. However, there is an application imminent for a surf lagoon at Brock's Pine, St Leonard's, around 5 miles away in Dorset Council's area. This is clearly a much more sustainable and deliverable location next to the A31 and adjoining a current Dorset Council-owned public park with visitor facilities. With its contacts at Dorset Council, the Dorset LEP, and the Chamber of Commerce, BCP must have known that this alternative equivalent project was very much more advanced and ready to launch. Therefore, can the portfolio holder for regeneration, economy and strategic planning tell me why this council gave £70,000 of public money to the Herne Lagoon project, which is a duplicate of another proposal, is in an undeliverable location and unlikely to be required? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Phipps. Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Mr Chairman, and thank you, Councillor Phipps, for your question. Mr Chairman, the Bounce Back Challenge Fund was set up to provide an opportunity for businesses to think differently and creatively about what they could do to bounce back from the pandemic. Because of the good work done in previous months to get over £150 million of government grants out to over 6,000 businesses that needed it in extremely challenging times, we were then in a fortunate position of being able to look at some of the remaining funds, around 2% of the total, to encourage projects that would help the economy to bounce back, looking forward, not backward. Although only a smaller amount compared to the 98% of COVID grants that we are helping businesses to survive the pandemic, this project has been extremely well received and is indeed up for national awards for its innovative way of thinking positively about the future of our local economy. As I mentioned earlier, applications needed to focus on 4 things: pride of place, innovation, deliverability, and helping the economy to bounce back. As per my earlier answer to a member of the public, the process of being successful in the grant was quite clear. There was a scoring matrix attached to the above criteria, and those that met the criteria were set out in the application were awarded a grant. Again, as explained earlier in the process, the process was also robust. It was scored against the criteria, which fell into 2 parts. We contracted the Dorset Growth Hub to do all the groundwork and draft scoring. This was then complemented by an in-house economic development team who assessed the draft scores, amended if necessary, and then presented to the panel. It's also worth noting that we had no formal need to involve any outside bodies such as a DGH in the work to help assess the grants, but we did so because it would help with the workload and bring in as much expertise as possible. These final scores, done in collaboration with the DGH and our ED teams, were then presented to the awarding panel for approval. I think this last point, Mr Chairman, is extremely important. I had been firm since the start of the process that the scoring matrix was the basis for all projects and ideas that should be decided, not the opinions of individuals, especially politicians. If the collective team of the DGH and the AD team decided that the project met the scores against the criteria, it would be completely inappropriate for a politician to ignore that score because they had a personal view for or against the business. This is especially true for grants towards planning permission, of which we received and approved a number of grants. If, as a member of the awarding panel, I overruled the combined scoring presented to me, it would signal that I thought I knew better than the experts. It would also severely undermine the whole process and the legitimacy of the businesses who worked hard to put these creative proposals forward. The team were quite clear that this proposed grant, which was to fund a planning application, which had already matched funding, was clearly deliverable. Now, I appreciate, Mr Chairman, that Councillor Phipps has strong views about this scheme, which are no doubt driven by the fact that she lives close to the proposed site for the planning application. But the question I ask is, what would Councillor Phipps have done in my position, having had clear advice from the Council that going against a combined scoring matrix would signal that they knew better than the Planning Committee, who are the ultimate and correct arbiters of a planning application? Had she been in my position and overruled the scoring by saying both that she thought it was unlikely to get permission, then she would be saying that she knew better than the experts about how to score the proposals, and also that she knew better than the Planning Committee on what would or wouldn't likely to get planning permission. Is that what she would have done? Politicians have a clear role. We come up with the plans and strategy and then oversee the experts who put the plans and strategies into action. I'm immensely proud of the Bounce Back Challenge Fund, which has helped hundreds of businesses across the area to not just crawl out of the pandemic, but leapfrog ahead of other businesses in other areas. And I'm also proud, Mr Chairman, final point I can see, that my conscience is clear. Rather than unfairly make local businesses miss out on opportunities like this because of personal or political views about the schemes, we made sure that if you met the criteria, you were awarded a grant. Because unlike others, I don't think that I always know best. Thank you, Mr Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead.
Yeah, I will just come back on that because you just brought in the scoring.
This is a question to the response.
Sorry?
This is a question to a response, yes?
I'm sorry.
It's a supplementary.
Yes, it is.
Yes, question.
Sorry, thank you very much.
Supplementary question.
I thought that's what you were
Yes.
asking. Yeah. You've obviously come back onto me here about the scoring. And obviously you did know there was an equivalent up the road, and I think certainly on the scoring that there would be no pride of place if the other went ahead.
There's a question, please.
Yes, there is a question at the end of this, and that would be negated, as would innovation.
Councillor Phipps.
This grant was given to a non-existent business where others were actually affected by COVID, which is the whole point. So why were other businesses that were applied for this grant and did exist and were affected by COVID rejected when this non-existent business in Herne was given £70,000?
Thank you, Councillor Phipps. Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm extremely confident that all of the things that were in place, and we've had some auditing done around this, have been followed extremely correctly. As I mentioned, the bids had to go against all of the criteria. In this instance, the deliverability was the coming forward with a planning permission, hence the reason why that scored planning permission. I haven't actually answered the rest of the question about whether you or I think that it's a better scheme than the other one, because first of all, that's not actually what the Bounce Back Challenge Fund grant was about in this instance. And secondly, we had to look at every single one on the basis of the merits of what was presented before us. And as I've just explained, Mr. Chairman, to overrule it because you think you know better, so I think sends a dangerous precedent for politicians.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Councillor McCormack, I understand you have a question to put to Councillor Mellor on the Leaders' Live Q&A session.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Can the leader explain his comments on his Facebook Live Q&A where he said that the Saxon Square shopping centre was sold by, and I quote, some of the same people that run the Christchurch Independent, when records show that Saxon Square was sold by a Conservative administration in the late 70s to early 80s. In the same Q&A, he also said that it was unfortunate that the Christchurch Independents had sold off some of the significant assets. Could he list the assets and when they were sold, considering the Christchurch Independents was only formed in 2018?
Thank you, Councillor McCormack. Councillor Mellor.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you for the question. Thank you also for listening so closely to the Leader Live sessions. Your support is appreciated. What I will say is, I think it's a statement of fact that the Christchurch Independents are primarily made up of people who were on the previous Christchurch Borough Council. That Christchurch Borough Council, in the last term, did grant a 135-year lease on Saxon Square. So I think it's perfectly correct to make the inference that I did. And that council did agree to the disposal of Bargate's car park. So again, I feel it's absolutely correct in terms of the assertion I made. What I can also say is this administration is absolutely committed to expanding our assets and leaving at the end of this term with more than we started with. And we've got a paper which we can prove that commitment tonight in and around the regeneration in Poole. So effectively, the previous Christchurch Borough Council did, sell some assets. They did enter into long leases in terms of the 135-year lease I've described. And so I'm perfectly happy with my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mellor. Okay, thank you. Require a supplementary, Councillor McCormack? No, thank you. Councillor Lewis, I understand you have a question to put to Councillor Mark Anderson on tree planting. Councillor Lewis, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Given that we were informed there would be over 10,000 trees planted across BCP in 2021, as a result of grants, could you let us know how many trees have been planted so far, where the plantings have occurred, and when the whole planting programme will have been completed? Also, will the aftercare of the trees ensure their survival? There are so many new trees which lack the necessary watering subsequent to their planting and therefore do not survive.
Thank you, Councillor Lewis. Councillor Mark Anderson.
Thank you, Chairman. I would like to thank Councillor Lewis for her question. In 2020, a funding bid for the Urban Tree Challenge Fund was submitted by the Parks Foundation on behalf of BCP Council, which was successful and trees were planted at Cheseldine Estate, Kings Park, Waterman's Wreck, Somerford Slip Road, Sturt Esplanade, Hatchards Field and Bearwood Playing Fields. A total of 4,789 trees were given and planted. All the trees were young whips or feathers. Effectively, these are bare-rooted trees that need to be planted whilst the trees are still dormant during the winter months. As the weather warms up and the trees' roots get moist, they perk up and begin to grow. Whips and feathers are cheap to ship, burning less carbon, and have a high success rate. They require very little watering as they are very small, around 1 metre tall, and the roots can quickly establish themselves to support the top growth. They were planted mostly with the support of volunteers working with the environment staff. The trees planted are all UK native species, chosen to improve biodiversity and at this height require little maintenance. Where possible, they were mulched to prevent excess grass growth in the first year around the base, but otherwise have not received further follow-up maintenance. This is normally only required with much larger semi-mature trees that are more typical of urban schemes. There is a requirement as part of the funding for these trees to be maintained, checked and biodiversity impacts recorded, and this work will take place in accordance with the grant conditions. In addition to these trees already planted, there are an additional 4,000 trees being planted in North Bournemouth, including the reinstatement planting of lost hedgerows at Hicks Farm. We will be creating a hectare of woodland as part of the Iford Meadows Nature Reserve, and this accounts for another 1,600 trees. They're going to be planted this winter. 100 semi-mature trees have been planted in Poole Park over the last year as part of the lottery-funded refurbishment. We're also trialling techniques to work with communities on rewilding urban parks. This is happening at Winton Recreation, Alexander Park and Waterman's Park. The team have also met with Earthwatch, the organisation that installs the tiny forests. Each tiny forest costs £25,000 before that, and they have some very specific key criteria which did not match the areas we were considering. They also required that we had to provide an agreed location before the start of summer. I obtained a breakdown of this cost and discovered that the actual whips and feathers were included in only one line in their costs, £1,194 in the materials section, which also covers information plaque, benches and additional features. So, in a £25,000 project, there's very little being spent on trees. It was felt that this money could be better directed, so Parks are working with the Parks Foundation and our own staff to look at introducing our own tiny forest equivalent, as well as further tree planting, rewilding projects and habitat management. This is ongoing or planned across BCP. Next year is, of course, the Queen's Platinum Jubilee, and the Woodland Trust are setting up the Queen's Green Canopy initiative, with everyone being invited to plant trees from October 2021, when the tree planting season begins, through to the end of 2022. The idea is that the Queen's Green Canopy will create a network of individual trees, avenues, copses and whole woodlands in honour of the Queen's service and the legacy she has built. This will create a green legacy of its own, with every tree planted bringing benefits for people, wildlife and climate now and for the future. The Woodlands Trust is encouraging schools, nurseries, colleges, universities and outdoor learning centres across the UK to apply, as well as all kinds of different groups, such as residents' associations, sports clubs and many more.
Are we near to the end of your
I'm getting there. I'm afraid I've got some bits that I need to read as part of the question.
Thank you.
You don't need to belong to an official organisation. The most important thing is that your group is willing to take part on planting, planning and care of saplings. There are a few eligibility criteria. If you're applying as a school, your trees must be planted on or either in the school grounds or on land that the school has arranged regular access to or is in an area that is publicly accessible. If you're applying as a community group, the land needs to be accessible to the public. You should also make sure that your local community are aware of your plans to plant and are happy for you to go ahead. To access the Woodland Trust site and apply, can I urge everyone to search for Plant a Tree for the Jubilee? I should also add that in our Cleaner, Greener, Safer paper, we're also adding additional funds for tree maintenance. So, to summarise, there's still lots of tree planting going on within BCP, and this will continue through various routes, and I hope to see plenty of trees planted to celebrate the Queen's Platinum Jubilee. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councillor Anderson. Thank you. Is a supplementary?
No, thank you for the very comprehensive answer.
Thank you indeed. Thank you. Councillor Brooker, I understand you have a question to put to Councillor Mellor on litter campaign.
Thank you, Chair. The current litter campaign has caused offence to a number of people, and I have to say I am somewhat disturbed by the nature of the messaging. There are 56 four-letter words ending in IT, but only one word that fits all the different statements on the posters. That word begins with the letters SH. As a family person with young children, does the leader regard the implied language used in this campaign as appropriate for a council which is promoting the area as a family destination?
Thank you, Councillor Brooke. Councillor Mellor, if you'd like to respond.
Thank you very much. And I do genuinely thank Councillor Brooke for the question, because I think it's a fair one to raise. The very simple answer is yes, I do. I think we need to find ways of saying to our whole community that littering is unacceptable. We've got, a really innovative campaign that's got some national credibility, and what we're trying to do here is to talk to the small minority of people that don't respond to more traditional campaigns. As this administration, we're also absolutely committed to delivering with litter and on our Pride agenda that we first started mentioning in our 100-day plan. We've also needed to stand up significantly more in terms of summer response to actually improve the summer response across a wide range of antisocial behaviours, including littering. And that is something we've done, and I'm really proud, actually, of the efforts of members and officers who've delivered a significantly improved summer, and littering is a part of it. Ultimately, we're going to take full reflection on all of our summer response work. We will take any feedback, we welcome any feedback on this campaign. I am committed to us trying to move this area forward, and I'm committed to trying innovative ways to do that. So yes, I'm perfectly happy to stand by that campaign, but I welcome your feedback as we look for the review of any other summer response projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mellor. Councillor Brooke, do you have a supplementary?
I thank the leader for his response and his commitment to the campaign. However, it must be costing or have cost a lot of money, and I would be grateful if the leader would inform council what the total cost of the campaign is, beginning with the use of the drones, which started this campaign in terms of the research required, going right through to the current display of all the posters, production of, use of consultants, and so on. And does he think that that is actually value for money in terms of the results so far received?
Councillor Mellor.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, and just to be clear, we've committed well over £3 million of extra funding in terms of our summer response. And if you look at the response to this summer as to what we experienced last summer, absolutely is that money well spent. I will get you the detail of the specific number you've asked for as well, but I'm absolutely proud and committed to, and I'm certainly not going to apologise for stepping up resourcing to deliver a significantly better summer than we experienced last year. This is a world-class place, and we're going to put money in to make sure we can deliver that world-class resort. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mellor. I'm minded and aware of the fact that we do have a time limit on this section of the meeting, but I'm again minded to slightly extend that, and I will try and deal with as many questions as I can. So if I can now ask Councillor Slade, I understand you have a question to put on Councillor Iyengar on facilities for swimmers.
Thank you very much, Chair. In the last few weeks, we have witnessed the talent and dedication of athletes in a range of sports at the Tokyo Olympics and Paralympics. I'm sure the portfolio holder will join me in congratulating those who come from the Dorset area, and in particular pool swimmers Jacob Peters, who competed in the Olympics, and Leo McRae, who swam in the Paralympics. We made a commitment to replace the ageing dolphin swimming pool under the former Borough of Poole Council, but with the previous proposals to redevelop the town centre seemingly abandoned, what commitment can we give the next generation of athletes that we are committed to a new facility worthy of one of the largest local authorities in the country?
Thank you. Councillor Iyengar.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Slade. I congratulate all our athletes competing in the Tokyo Olympics and Paralympics, particularly those from Dorset. On the swimming, we do need to replace the Dolphin Centre pool. It's safe to use, but it's end of life, as I'm sure people know. In the former Borough of Poole Council, I, as the Cabinet Member at that time for Leisure, and several members cross-party pushed forward the Heart of Pool scheme to provide a new first-class pool within a rebuilt sports facility and as part of a wider scheme in that area. It had considerable cross-party input from members, obviously from officers and from partners involved. Alas, it was shelved in the first administration of BCP. The partners disbanded and momentum was lost over 2019 and 2020. There's now a catch-up needed, to say the least, for swimmers and other sports users. The pool and a wider sports leisure offering will come back in a new proposal in 2022, more details to follow exactly when. Various options are being considered within broader discussions to regenerate pool, which I and other colleagues will bring forward.
Thank you, Councillor Iyengar. Was there a supplementary?
Yes, please, a very brief supplementary.
Please, thank you.
I'm grateful to the portfolio holder for his brief answer. Clearly, 2020 took us all by surprise. I'm really pleased to hear that something's coming forward in early 2022. And I would just ask you, if possible, can you please assure me that all of the local swimming clubs and users will be fully engaged with the consultation?
Councillor Iyengar.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. I think he said it'll come forward in 2022. I didn't specify when, okay? But obviously we are well seized of the urgency of this. We will naturally involve. There's a very considerable and very vocal swimming fraternity that we well know about, which I know you know about very well. And we'll make sure that all of those very, very worthy bodies are included. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Iyengar. With every determination to try and get as far through these numerous questions as we can, we do actually have to take a statutory break after 2 hours, and also we have very slightly extended the period that's allowed for that. So I'd like to propose at this point we have an adjournment for a comfort break, and you'll be summoned back in a period. Welcome back to the Chamber members. Thank you. Just to mention at the end of the last session, questions that were not dealt with due to the time limit will be dealt with in writing. So that's now on record and with the live stream. Thank you. So that brings us to agenda item 8, recommendations from Cabinet and other committees. Council is asked to consider the recommendations which will be taken separately as set out on the agenda. I would like to highlight there are decisions on some of these issues which have been taken under delegated powers by the relevant bodies and are therefore not before the Council. Item 8A, Cabinet, 23rd of June 2021, minute number 16, Financial Outturn Report 2020-2021. Councillor Mellor, I understand that you will move the recommendations. I call on Councillor Broadhead to second the move. Councillor Mellor.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, we are late and we have a full agenda ahead of us, so I'll be brief. Quite clearly, this paper's been through overview and scrutiny. I'm absolutely proud of the fact that it shows a £5.1 million surplus, and must give our sincere thanks to what is an absolutely incredible year, the finance team led by Alan Richards, but the full officer cohort who has delivered that outturn. I reflect on the fact that when we became an administration on the 1st of October, the MTFP had a £50 million gap, and to turn that around into a £5 million surplus is hugely positive. So thanks to the team, thanks to other members for their support, and also I have to put on record our thanks to the government who really stepped up in terms of their unprecedented support, financial support to local authorities, which they pledged to do and delivered on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mellor. Councillor Broadhead, I understand you wish to second the move.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm delighted to second. Councillor Mellor has covered all the pertinent points, but I would remind members that in recommendation B that it does keep a certain amount in reserve for a contingency should we have any further outbreaks of the pandemic later on this year. Mr. Chairman, I hope all members of the Chamber would agree that I jolly hope we don't have to use that, but it's prudent to have it there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Are any councillors wish to make a comment in the debate? Councillor Howell.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just refer back to Councillor Green's bemoaning of the fact that he was deprived of resources and is deprived of staff in his portfolio in relation to dealing with climate change and biodiversity crisis. Of course, there were very good reasons why the money that was scheduled by the previous administration to be allocated to the climate change agenda was temporarily withdrawn, and that was the COVID crisis. And we had a responsibility as an administration to put the council's finances in order. They are now, fortunately, as has just been described by the leader, in much better shape, in very good shape. So I would like to see the £5.1 million that is proposed to be put into the mitigation reserve to put into a new climate change and biodiversity pot, which can then be used by Councillor Green, and hopefully with the involvement of councillors across the chamber to really push forward with measures within BCP that will drive the agenda to achieve change in this area. So I propose an amendment, which I'll just email to the monitoring officer, which is all ready to go. So, yeah, I've just sent that to the monitoring officer. Would you like me to read it out, or would you like the monitoring officer to do that?
I think I'd like you to read it out, Councillor Howell, if you would, please.
Yeah, okay. Given the imperative of acting quickly and at scale to address the climate and biodiversity crisis, which the portfolio holder has confirmed his acceptance of tonight, Council supports the transfer of the £5.1 million surplus referred to in paragraph A of the resolution to a climate and biodiversity reserve for spending on projects to address the crisis within the current financial year instead of to the MTFP mitigation reserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howell. Do you have a seconder, Councillor Howell? Councillor Ball to second. Thank you. Do you want to speak to the amendment, Councillor Ball?
Thank you, Chair. Just to say, as I'm sure everyone will agree, that everything we can do to tackle the climate and ecological emergency should be done, and this seems a great opportunity to increase Councillor Green's budget in order for him to do such.
Thank you. Councillor Howell, thank you for your amendment. We're in a position where legally we have to take financial advice on this situation. Do we propose to defer? Yeah, yes, I would. The Section 151 officer can explain. Thank you.
As a Council Section 151 officer, I've not been previously informed of that recommendation. Transfer of £5.1 million in the manner outlined would have significant implications on the Council's finances. So I would have real reservations about the Chamber agreeing to that recommendation that's been put forward this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Richings.
Don't open debate or...
well, should we have a debate? The Chief Executive would like to say.
Thank you, Chairman. The scale of that as a decision is just difficult, I think, for the Council to take without getting proper advice in terms of the financial implications. So I'm just wondering if there's another way that we can deal with it rather than amendment on the night, whether we could perhaps take it from here and bring it forward to the next Cabinet meeting as part of the medium-term financial plan. Well, we have to bring budget or... Yeah, we'll just vote on it now.
Councillor Bartlett, please.
Thank you, Chair. I understand the spirit at which the move or the amendment has been made, but I do think that given the huge decision that would cause us to make this evening without due consideration would actually be a very unwise step to be taking. I believe Councillor Green, if he thought he could get his hands on some more money, I'm sure he would be, but if he does that, it must be in a considered way so that the matters can be brought back to this Council and voted on accordingly. We should not make such huge decisions on the hoof like this. So I will not be supporting the amendment to this move, whilst I do understand the spirit in which it's made. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bartlett. I understand Councillor Green indicated.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Would I like to see an extra £5.1 million coming in for this year? Absolutely, I would. But I also think that we need to look, as Councillor Bartlett said, about what is the sensible way of spending money. And also, I'm slightly surprised that as the previous Deputy Leader of the Council, there seems to be a little bit of a misunderstanding about what is part of base budget and what is a one-off availability that comes from a budget outturn. And let's just expanding on that just a little bit. Councillor Howell suggested that the £240,000 that was put in was only taken out temporarily. In fact, it was only put in temporarily. It was a one-year commitment as a member priority. What we have done as this administration is to put that in for this year, doubled it for this year, and as I've said earlier, we will be going forward with the medium-term financial plan, intending to make that a continual commitment that will be every year as part of base budget. Where we are looking for additional amounts, I should just say, that is the amount that I believe will enable us to establish the proper base that we need to get to be able to do the sort of things that so many people on the other side of the chamber, from the Green Party particularly, and those sitting behind, have been asking for the years. What we need to have is that firm foundation, that officer structure that will be able to command the respect, will be able to find the larger sums of money, of the sort potentially that we're talking about today, from either within the council or from outside the council. By getting that together, that is the base on which we can go forward to fully commit to the fight against climate change. And the one last thing that I would like to say is that despite the fact that Councillor Bartlett is absolutely right, it would be entirely incorrect to say that we would be taking this money and using it in this way without full and proper debate. Watch this space, because as I spoke earlier, I'm working with the leader on how we may be able to have further money to be able to spend on specific projects, and I'm sure that they will command the wholehearted support of members all around this chamber. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Councillor Hadley, I understand you indicated. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, getting a substantive ongoing commitment and bringing forward a team of 8 is a really welcome move, and I think it's great that we're moving forward in that way. I really regret the way in which this administration always keeps back projecting a distorted view of what we did in the very early days of the pandemic as a Unity Alliance. We were responding at a time when the monies available from central government were really not clear, and we deferred the work on climate emergency with enormous reluctance, and we didn't cancel it as was put. So I think it would be nice if we did work cross-party on prioritising the climate and ecological emergency, because it is, as we said 2 years ago, an emergency, and the public out there are looking at our inaction over the last 2 years and the talk that's been going on and saying, what are we doing? We had a list from Council for Environment around trees planted. I was certainly one of the people digging the ground, planting those trees. There are real things that we do need to be doing, and I recognise that this administration, your administration, have been doing them. But we need to move faster with urgency. The world is on fire, as the earlier answer gave. So I do think we need to progress with as much urgency as we can. And I very much welcome the opportunity, if there's more money coming forward by another route, that we do it. But we need to do it quickly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. Is anybody else would like to speak to the amendment? Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to briefly add to that about just the back projecting, as one of my colleagues just mentioned it, about looking back at what the previous administration had done. For me, it's not so much back projecting, it's actually rewriting history. Now, I've heard a couple of times tonight about the commitment to climate and ecological emergency and the funding for it, and they've now made it long-term and fixed it in, and it's going to be increased and doubled, whereas ours was only just a one-off. No, it wasn't a one-off. If they look at the figures of the budget that we presented in February 2020, it was there, long-term, increasing year on year on year in the medium-term financial plan. So the commitment that they're saying they've made to double it and increase it year on year on year was already there under the Unity Alliance. They're just rebadging it. The money was already there, long-term, committed and increasing year on year. I just want to correct history rather than rewrite history.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Mellor, you wanted to come back on that?
Are we finished? Am I right?
I was just going to ask if... is it Councillor Howell to sum up first?
I'm just trying to check whether the proposer of the original motion gets to speak on that. Just checking the constitution.
In the meantime, while we just check that, can we could I invite Councillor Rice to contribute, please?
There we go. Thank you. Yes, there seemed to be a lot of confusion over the long-term funding. Sorry, I find it easier to speak into the microphone whilst sitting.
I think the expectation, Councillor Rice, is that you stand, if you could, please. Thank you.
Yeah. There seems to be a lot of confusion when anybody speaks about the funding for climate change going into the long term. I wonder whether the financial officer could confirm that there was long-term funding planned by the UA, because there seems to be genuine confusion from the other side over there. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Right, so Councillor Howell can sum up on the amendment, and then Councillor Merrill will reply, and then we'll move to a vote on the amendment. So Councillor Howell, please.
Thank you. There seems to be a misunderstanding by some of the councillors on the actual motion here, or amendment. I've been criticised for not having detail of how that money would be spent, but of course we're being asked to put it into an MTFP mitigation reserve, which also does not have any detail. These are reserves. I'm proposing that we put it into a climate change reserve, and that therefore it is then there for the portfolio holder to work with other councillors, hopefully across party, to determine how that can be spent. And we've consulted the public. We have a long list of projects that would deserve additional funding that we can kickstart and get off the ground, but it does not, creating the reserve does not commit the council in any way at this point. It just puts the money there in a pot that could be potentially used for by the portfolio holder and the council for purposes moving forward, and it ring fences it for until the next budget, as far as I understand. So, I think that's relatively clear. I think this is a fantastic opportunity to show that we're driving ahead in terms of the climate change biodiversity agenda, and it's an opportunity for us all to work together to really move this agenda forward. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howell. Councillor Miller, too.
Thank you very much, Chair. First thing I'll say is actually, you mentioned that Councillor Green is deprived of officers in his team. He was deprived of officers in his team. We've now put a plan in place and some action. What I want to talk about a little bit is about, you were the administration of this council for 18 months. You were the deputy leader of this council for 18 months. Let's talk about your actions, not what your talk is now. So what did you do? You cancelled the climate money that was in the budget. That's an absolute fact. You also then rejected in our budget reset paper the £2 million of community municipal bond that we were going to spend exactly on the climate. So we were coming up with solutions from when we were in opposition. That is working cross-party. That is working, trying to solve its problem. Did you reject that? Yes, you did. What else did you reject? You also rejected, in the middle of a COVID crisis, £1 million to go into a COVID catch-up fund, which we've now spent in our families fund, because we needed to act then, and we were prepared to. You weren't prepared to. We are delivering on the climate and ecological emergency. We have delivered, £240,000 in this paper. We've come up with a £50 million futures fund which can allow us to invest. We've talked about how we can bring other instruments forward. And also, in your summing up there, you're complete, and I think Councillor Green alluded to it, your complete lack of understanding around what actually happens in a budget. If you're putting money into reserve to ask a portfolio holder to spend, it's not a reserve. You're asking him to spend it. You know, and for me, I'll sum up here by I just think it shows you up. I think it shows your previous administration up for what you were, you know, disorganised, shambolic and out of your depth. And we're prepared to move on with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. I'd like, according to the rules, Councillor Howell, no. Sorry. Right, I'd like to move to a vote on the amendment that was proposed, please. Can be by consensus. Can I move to a vote now? We're going to move to a vote, please. If we do it by consensus. So those in favour of the amendment presented by Councillor Howell, could you please show? We have three. Four. Okay. That amendment's defeated. Thank you.
Just check some are against.
Can I check those that are against, please? If you please show. Thank you.
No, you haven't stood up in time. The rules are 25% before the vote is called, I think. So you missed it.
Point of order, Mr. Abstentions, Chairman. Please. 1 moment, Councillor Farquhar. Abstentions. Yeah. Thank you. Have we counted? Thank you. Councillor Farquhar, did you indicate a point of order, and if so, which specific one, please?
In the point of order, when a vote is already commenced, you cannot ask for a recorded vote.
Chairman, if I may, I did
Anderson.
raise my hand to speak, to ask for a recorded vote before the vote started.
Is it the point of order? No.
Sorry.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. That calls for Councillor Mellor to sum up at the end of the debate, please.
Chair, I'm perfectly happy that we've already done that, and I'm so therefore move.
Thank you. So could I call for a vote, please, on the recommendations? All those in favour, please show. It's a majority. Thank you. Thank you. Item 8B, Cabinet 23rd of June 2021, minute number 21, Youth Justice Service Youth Justice Plan 2021-2022. Councillor White, I understand you wish to move the recommendations?
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor White. And Councillor Nicola Green, apparently to second the move.
Thank you, Chairman. I formally second the move by Councillor White and reserve my right to speak should it be necessary.
Councillor White.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a regular annual report which goes to Council every year as a statutory requirement. The Youth Justice Service has been a pan-Dorset service since 2015, so both councils are asked to approve the report. There are 3 key indicators for this service, and it's good to see a continuing reduction in first-time entrants to youth justice. We're also seeing relatively low rates of reoffending and for custodial sentences. So all 3 indicators are positive. This report has been through ONS and Cabinet, who were both supportive, so I'm happy to ask Council to endorse the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor White. Councillor Green.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd reserve my right to speak should there be a debate. Thank you.
Thank you. Any members to wish to contribute to the debate? Oh, yes.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to agree that it did actually go through Children's Services, ONS, back in June. We had a shorter debate than normal then because some of the data was due to circumstances out of date. So we decided that it's going to come back to Children's Services after 6 months.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Anybody else wish to contribute? Okay. Could I ask the proposer to sum up, please?
Yeah, happy to go to the vote, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. If we can move to the vote, please, could we indicate all those in favour? That's a majority. Thank you. Item 8C, Cabinet 23rd of June 2021, minute number 24, Council Sustainable Fleet Management Strategy and Fleet Replacement Programme. Councillor Mike Green, I understand that you moved the recommendations and Councillor Mark Anderson will second the move. Councillor Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This item concerns the funding for the Council's Sustainable Fleet Strategy, seeking Council approval for the required prudential borrowing to implement the capital expenditure within it. The strategy itself was approved at Cabinet on the 23rd of June, having been vigorously scrutinised at the ONS Board on the 14th of June. As a reminder, the paper approved in June concentrated on the 611 thirsty diesel vehicles in our fleet that are annually producing 3,400 tonnes equivalent of carbon emissions. The paper covered the first 3 years of the strategy, from 2021 to 24, during which the supply at Hatch Pond Road Depot would be improved to allow 480 to 500 kilowatts of charging facilities for electric vehicles. 104 of the vehicles, which would be coming to the end of their lives during the 3 years, would be replaced by fully electric alternatives, and the remaining diesel fleet would be run instead on sustainably sourced hydrotreated vegetable oil. The net effect of these changes would reduce those emissions by over 90%, making a chunky contribution towards the Council's commitment to reduce and completely eliminate its own net emissions by 2030 at latest. Additionally, the strategy included a pilot scheme to enable overnight charging for those fleet vehicles usually taken home by their drivers. All of this has already been approved, along with the implications for the revenue budget, and it's been included within the Council's MTFP. And I wouldn't intend to revisit that tonight during any debate, but I thought it would help to jog members' memories from a few months ago. What does remain, and that's for Council to approve tonight because of its size, is authority to enter into the £31.1 million of prudential borrowing required to fund the replacements over the next 3 years. So that's the recommendation that I'm moving, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Councillor Mark Anderson, I understand you wish to second the move.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm happy to second this and reserve my right.
Thank you. Councillor Hadley, I understand you indicated you wish to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I obviously welcome the investment in the fleet, and I guess this is another example of where, in response to mitigating climate change, the faster we can move, the better. Although there is some uncertainty around the technologies involved. But I am slightly concerned that the continuing use of new diesel vehicles means those will be in the fleet for some considerable time. And we are putting three new vehicles will be electric, and the charging infrastructure is involved. I'm also concerned with the EV home charging. It is for members of staff who have off-road parking only. There's a wider issue about how we serve our community and how we introduce car park charging, electric charging points for people without off-road parking. And if those are members of staff who are on call or using our vehicles, then effectively they can't be part of our pilot. But we should be exploring that, I believe, and I think that's something we really should be trying to do at an early stage, because we see it certainly in a place like London, people draping wires across pavements in order to charge vehicles, and we certainly wouldn't want that with branded BCP vehicles in our area. So I'm really keen on that. I'm also disappointed that there's nothing in there around encouraging the use of things like the co-cars, our own car share scheme, or indeed bike share for staff as part of our plans. But I appreciate Councillor Green highlighted this is about the big spend, which is about the fleet vehicles. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just reading through this report, I just had one concern. I am keen to support the sort of switch to electric and the switch away from diesel and the fossil fuels, etc. But obviously there's a large amount in here. I think it's about 2 million for for 5 diesel refuse vehicles, I think. What I was particularly concerned about was the £390,000, which I believe is already being spent or been approved under Officer decision for upgrading the electric infrastructure at Hatchpond Depot. And then when you read further into the report, it talks about our electric charging points, and out of 22 charging points, we've got 8 at Hatchpond Depot and 5 at Southcote Road Depot, so that's 13 of them. My only concern is then it also talks in the report about a depot accommodation review. And if we're looking at a depot accommodation review and looking at Hatchpond and Southcote Road, but we're investing hundreds of thousands of pounds into the electricity and charging infrastructure in those depots when we're reviewing whether those are the right locations and we may relocate. You know, I'm just concerned about the amount of money we're investing, and will that investment be reusable, you know, whether we continue to use those depots or others do. So that's my only question, really.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. I know that we're struggling with some of the technology this evening, but the microphones are slightly directional, and certainly to make sure live streaming is well served, if members could speak a little bit more loudly, I think it would assist everybody, because we all really want to hear what you're saying. Thank you. Anybody else who wishes to speak? Councillor Butler.
Yeah, I was interested to read that there were 7 vehicle breakdowns. Can somebody confirm whether that was a few of one vehicle or mainly one vehicle? How many vehicles did that involve?
We should leave that to the summing up. We're not sure. We'll get that back to you if we can find that figure. Councillor Rigby, I understand you wish to speak.
Yeah, thank you. I'll be really brief. We went through this a lot in overview and scrutiny, and I generally support a lot of what is in this paper. I do have a personal moral issue with the hydrogenated vegetable oils because it uses animal fats and products in the production of the oil, so I won't be able to vote for this particular paper. But I do look forward to when we get past combustion and I can support the continuation of the sustainable fuel fleet.
Thank you, Councillor Rigby. Anybody else wishing to contribute to the debate? Councillor Slade, please.
Thank you, Chair. I can't let this go through without making a point again about the 90,000 that remains in this in the 22-23 budget for 2 new mayoral cars. I see nothing additional in this paper from when we scrutinised it to get an assurance that they will be electric mayoral cars. I'd like some assurance that they will definitely be electric. I'm also still waiting for clarification about the arrangements between BCP Council and the 2 sets of charter trustees about how these are actually going to operate, because from looking at the budgets of the charter trustees, we were told at scrutiny that the BCP Council will purchase the vehicles. The charter trustees will then be charged to use the vehicles, which will help to recoup some of the cost back into the budget. But actually the amount in the budgets for the charter trustees to cover the cost of the hiring back to BCP Council is nothing like the amount you would need if you were hiring vehicles from a third party. And that doesn't feel right at all. So I am disappointed that you didn't hear our plea to remove them from next year. There is no business case around that. But at the very least, can I ask for an assurance that they will be 2 new electric vehicles? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Slade. Anybody else wish to contribute? Could I ask the proposer to sum up, please? Oh, Councillor Anderson, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Chairman.
Yes.
Chairman, first of all, I'll deal with Councillor Slade's point. The 2 mayoral cars will be reviewed when they run out of run out of use and are deemed to be commercially no longer viable. A review will take place to look at whether we need them, whether they're required, and what sort of cars they can. As I tried to explain at the ONS, the cars will not necessarily be purchased until a decision is made on whether they are needed. They will be in there because that is what is at the moment part of the fleet. They are not those there to be replaced. Going on to answer some of the other questions, Chairman, if I may.
Yes, please.
I'd like to talk about the comments Councillor Rigby made about the HVO. Well, HVO is hydrogenated vegetable oil, and it's made from sustainable sources, and we have the guarantee from the suppliers that it will be sustainable sources. I'd also say that our HVO supplier Crown Oil, have a new CMO accreditation that has confirmed that 91% of the greenhouse gas emission savings for the HVO. And we've also received a draft Department of Transport paper on transport of renewable fuel obligations, where the department talks about increasing the levels of biofuels in diesel and potentially looking at 100% HVO or 30% blend HVO. So they are basically saying they're going to do what we're also already doing. The other thing to point out is that we are saving 198 tonnes of carbon by replacing 7 of these RCVs. And to do that, we need to be able to recharge the batteries. To recharge the batteries, we need to up the charging capacity at Hatchbond Depot. Hatchbond Depot does not have the power supply going into it that will provide the power to charge these vehicles. That's why we're doing it, and that's what's happening. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. You were the seconder, and you've spoken.
Yes.
I haven't yet called the proposer, Mike Green, so that allows me the opportunity to call in Councillor Trent, whose hand we have seen just lately in the gallery. So, Councillor Trent, if you'd like to contribute, please. And then I'll call, if there's any others, I'll call Councillor Green to sum up.
Thank you, Chair. I was pleased to hear comments in answer to a previous question that there isn't a plan to definitely spend the £90,000 allocated for the mayoral car next year. In view of that, I wonder whether to make the amount budgeted for 22-23 more realistic, that the amount is halved. I still think, well, in my world, that's more than adequate for 2 vehicles, but there are working vehicles at the moment, and I don't feel it should be high on our priorities. But as I say, I'm pleased that there will be a review of the situation before any money is spent, but I do believe that we should go part way to satisfying the concerns about that and halving the amount budgeted. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Trent. So, Councillor Mike Green, please.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and thank you to members for contributing. I really did hope that in introducing the report, I had made clear that the strategy itself, the revenue budget that has gone into it, etc., has already been decided. That is not for debate today. And I'm disappointed, to say the least, that particularly some of those members who were on the overview and scrutiny itself have continued to, out of a budget of between 30 and 40 million pounds, to continue to look at digging at one tiny little line, which they've been told time and time and time again is an indicative idea about when things come to the end of their life and what it may cost to replace them if we choose to replace them. But hey, that's the way it goes. Similarly, we discussed at the overview and scrutiny about the money spent on the work at the depot that Councillor Brown brought up. And although that has already been decided as part of the strategy and the papers that went through ONS and Cabinet, I do think that it is worth repeating, and maybe I should earlier have done so, that there was the choice was there between not doing any of the upgrades, which would have meant that we would not have been able to introduce the electric vehicles in the way that we hope to be able to do. And there should be approximately 104 electric vehicles within those first 3 years. Or to go the other way and say, well, we're going to make sure that it's all fully electrified so we can do that, at which point we would indeed have been investing, to my mind, too much money on something that could then potentially not be recovered. So the idea was to go the middle way, and that's what we discussed at ONS and at Cabinet afterwards. Councillor Hadley, again, much of this has already been decided, but I think that it really is important to point out, because the element of diesel that continues is for the same reason, and also because technology is continuing to develop, and we do not know that by 2024 even we could be looking at some hydrogen vehicles or others, but certainly the intention is to go that way. You're absolutely right that I certainly wouldn't want to see cables traipsed over pavement, and that's something that I would not see as being part of the the home charging, although it is, again, not part of the decision that we need to make today. We can certainly look into why the vehicles were broke down, or which vehicles they were for Councillor Butler, but obviously that's operational and again not really part of the borrowing that we're talking about today. So with that, I do see that we've had very considerable support for what we're trying to do. There may be some little tinkering about the edges, and that will take place over the 3 years of this programme, and then the following 6 years as well, I'm sure, because it's divided into 3 phases. But with that, I hope the Council will accept the recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Green, perfectly on time. So, having summed up there, I'd like to move to a vote, please, to accept the recommendations. Could we have all those in favour, please? I think that's agreed as a majority. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for that. Item HD, Audit and Governance Committee, 29th of July 2021, minute number 15, Treasury Management Monitoring Outturn 2020-2021, an update for quarter 1 2021-2022. Councillor Beasley, I understand that you will move on the recommendations, and I will call Councillor Williams, who proposes the second. Councillor Beasley.
Thank you very much, Chairman. As is customary in this cycle of the Council's business, the Audit and Governance Committee, at its meeting on the 29th of July 2021, has one recommendation that needs to be approved by Council this evening, and that is that the revised prudential indicators, which are set out at Table 8 in the report, and the proposed adjustment to the Council's minimum revenue provision policy, which is set out at paragraph 32 of the report, need to be approved by Council, and I so move.
Thank you, Councillor Beasley. Councillor Williams, I understand you wish to say.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I'm happy to second the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Any members like to contribute to the debate? Any contribution on that? Councillor Phipps.
Yeah, thanks very much. I don't necessarily have a problem with it, but I was at Audit and Governance, and I did ask a question, and I think Councillor Beasley will remember. I was not alarmed, but it's a hell of a lot of money, and I asked a question about this additional borrowing that is possible, that is like we've got headroom at the moment of about 184 million, and we can increase that by over more 200 million, I understand. And I just wonder whether there is any brief explanation that could be given to the whole council about this, because I found it quite alarming at one point, and I did ask over what term of years we may end up paying this back if we used it. It was about 50 years or something. It's quite a big thing, I think, and I just wondered if there might be a small explanation that perhaps, sorry to throw this at you, but I think it's quite important for the council to understand it, because I was at this meeting and I found it somewhat, quite alarming. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Phipps. Do we have any other contributions? Could I then propose can I have the proposer to sum up, please?
Thank you very much, Chairman. Well, I hear what Councillor Phipps said. We had a discussion about that at the Audit and Governance Committee, at which this recommendation was made, and I think it was one that was accepted by members, and therefore they brought forward the recommendation, which I certainly endorse. In terms of the technical detail, that is fairly brief in the report for Council, necessarily so. I would look to the Council's Chief Financial Officer for a fuller explanation, if that is what Councillor Phipps requires, in view of the other budgetary considerations which we took into account at the meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Beasley. Can we have the Section 151 officer wants to contribute? Thank you.
Thank you, members. Just to give a little bit of a background to this item that's before you tonight. The Council, as part of its financial management regime, consistently benchmarks its position against other local authorities. As BCP councils begin to be drawn together, we're in a position where we start to do that with other similar-sized unitary authorities. One of the things that highlighted excuse me, one of the things that highlighted is that compared to other local authorities of similar size, we are under-borrowed. We haven't, through those previous authorities, utilised the borrowing capacity that is available to the Council. And we were towards the lower end of the spectrum. So through discussions with the leader of the Council and portfolio holder for resources, and through the 23rd of June Cabinet report that looked at the medium-term financial plan and the financial strategy, we set out a proposal to move the Council to the midpoint, and just the midpoint, of a comparison with all those other unitary authorities. In moving to that midpoint, the Council has the opportunity to exploit £212 million worth of additional borrowing. But as the June report to Cabinet said, that will only be done based on business cases that are presented to this Council for them to approve, and each of those business cases will indicate the length of that borrowing, and will hopefully indicate to Council the justification for that borrowing, and the fundamental business case that underpins it.
Thank you, Mr. Richards. We can progress to the vote, please, to approve the recommendations. All those in approval? I think we agree that's a majority. Thank you. Item 8E, Cabinet, 1st September 2021, minute number 47, Carter's Quay Housing and Regeneration Scheme Pool. Councillor Broadhead, I understand that you will move the recommendations, and after it will be Councillor Mellor who's proposing to second the move. Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm really delighted to move this recommendation. Mr. Chairman, many have talked about the regeneration of Poole. Many have made plans in the past to get it underway and to do something about it. Some have also come in, ripped up previous plans and handed millions of pounds of government money back to them because they knew better and wanted to think again. This administration, indeed only 7 months ago, put pool rejuvenation as one of the main pillars of our big plan. And we put our money where our mouth is in that plan by putting a 500% increase into our regen budget and creating a new trend-setting urban regeneration company headed by some of the brightest thinkers in the UK. But none of those plans matter unless you actually deliver on the ground. And that's what we have here tonight, colleagues. Phase 1, finally, of action and deliverability on the regeneration of Poole, and all within 7 months of our big plan. A little bit about the scheme, I'm sure you've heard about it. This is in a key position, a key site between the bridges of Poole, a brownfield site next to a key strategic site that we also own in the former power station, waterfronted with lots of public realm. It is ready to go. We have a plan in place with a developer contractor that will start next year, getting cranes in the sky and regeneration underway at pace. It's 161 local homes for local people, and finally, financial returns projected over the course of the borrowing of around £40 million, which I said earlier on, will definitely help towards providing more affordable homes in the future. But what if we don't do this? There was an ONS motion, Open Scrutiny motion, which was defeated, which said, well, why don't we just buy the land instead and use some time to think again? Now, Mr. Chairman, that's not possible for 2 reasons. First of all, the current owners will not just sell the land. But secondly, I think the time for thinking has now passed, and now is the time for action. So we could proceed tonight, or we could just leave it. And if we leave it, what would happen? Well, there's 2 outcomes. Instead of our improved scheme of homes available for rent for local people, experience which I said earlier on shows us that's many young people, either the scheme would be built out by the private sector for open market sales, which, as we talked about, is very likely to be a large provision of second homes and no guarantee of the local amenities provided. Or worse, it wouldn't be built and would sit on a scrap heap of other sites in Poole with plans granted and no sign of delivery. The people of Poole deserve better. We do this, we move first, we provide local homes for local people, and we signal to the wider investment market that we're on the move and show the residents that Poole is on the up and our regeneration has begun. Others have talked about regeneration. We're now delivering it, and I would urge the Council to support this recommendation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Councillor Miller, I understand you wish to second.
Yes, please, Chair, and I'll reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Contributions from members, please. Anybody like to? Oh, we have Councillor Trent. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I must admit some of what I've just heard is amazing, considering that not long ago a scheme was abandoned that meant that money was handed back to the government. But that wasn't what I was going to ask about. What I was going to ask about is, and I couldn't see any mention of it in the sustainability report, but I gather that that these flats are going to be built to old standards, to have gas central heating, just 1 year before the rules change, and ground source heat pumps, etc., are to be looked at. And what amazes me about that is that it must have been 10 to 15 years ago that we were told that there are hot rocks under Poole Town Centre, Poole Harbour, that needed checking out and looking at. We actually, at the time, in an environment scrutiny, we visited a development in Southampton which runs a number of superstores from heat taken from the ground. And we looked at that because that was actually similar to what was under Poole. And I'm really amazed that a scheme is being entered into and for the sake of 1 year doesn't get ahead of what is required, but stays behind what is required. As I say, there's no mention of it in the sustainability bit. It seems to have been written out, but that's like a major minus for sustainability. So I wonder if that can be looked at and examined, because although it costs more, you're talking about a cost being shared amongst several dwellings. So I think it's something we should be seriously looking at. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Trent. Any other members wish to contribute to the debate? Councillor Howell.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just correct Councillor Broadhead. The site has been hawked around for sale in the market by the developer, the owner, for 2 or 3 years, and nobody's bitten. It seems like the council is perhaps the only party gullible enough to bite. We have a responsibility as councillors to spend money properly. If that means that we return some money to government rather than build out a bad scheme, that's fine. We're not spending money inappropriately. If we look at the site valuation on this scheme, it's really dubious. We are depending on the building cost valuation estimate produced by the people we're buying the land off. That is crazy. And if one looks at how the calculation works, it's in the interests of the owner of the land to put a low figure down in terms of the actual building cost, because that artificially increases the price of the land, and the price that we're paying is based on the market value of the land. So it's really critical, and it actually says in the report that only a 10% variance in the actual build cost would result in over a 2 million difference in terms of the land price. So if the costs were 10% more than stated that we're taking, as read from the developer, then we would pay £2 million more for that land. So I think that, and actually if you look at the valuation that we've been supplied with, it does actually say, the valuers say they're not experts in assessing costs, and that they recommended the instruction of a project management surveyor to advise the council, and that the council has not done that. The council did not follow that advice. So it's acting on the advice of a valuation where the valuers say that they are not expert in this area. There's other areas quickly that it says in the report, there'll be high-quality development, dynamic places, investing in homes that our community needs. But there's the URC, which I welcome. The URC is a good thing. The leader of the URC has suggested changes, but we have no guarantee that those changes will actually be incorporated into the scheme. I think the changes that are proposed are good, but we don't have any guarantee. If we vote for this now, there's no... Basically, what we're doing here is putting the cart before the horse. You know, it wasn't essential to go for this scheme now. You know, we had options in the future. We are rescuing the developer, essentially, and potentially paying too much for a scheme that doesn't deliver in terms of affordable housing, in terms of really regenerating the area.
Thank you, Councillor Howell. Thank you, Councillor Howell.
Of the
Thank you very
administration.
much. Thank you.
So
Councillor
I will
Brown.
abstain.
No, thank you. Thank you. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just a quick comment. I wasn't particularly going to talk on this item. I've got some concerns over it, particularly the talk of the heating systems and that for this proposal and the valuations on it. But it was really, I was just concerned about the way it was just presented at the start of this about, you know, we don't sit down just talking about regeneration and turn away opportunities, you know, we're going to get on and get these things started in Poole. And you know, it makes me wonder whether the portfolio holders actually visited the site, because even just looking at the map, you can see, rather than just saying, oh, we're going to get started with regeneration in Poole, this is the final phase of that site, which was formerly Pilkington Tiles. You know, there's hundreds of houses already, you can see on the map, been built there as part of regenerating a previous industrial site. Why do I know that? I was on planning committee in Poole that visited that site when it was the tile factory and approved it to go ahead. And I've seen Inland Homes building all of those. So the regeneration in Poole has been taking place. These are long-term projects. To talk about nothing's happened until we've suddenly turned up and we're going to now do it, it's just a complete load of spin, really. I've got concerns about this site. You know, originally when I was on planning committee, it was talked about a sort of iconic office building being on that site. That never sort of stood the test of time. Now we're talking about flats there. I worry about the sort of planning, the planning permission for that site and whether what we're talking about will actually go ahead. So, yeah, I do have concerns about it, but I'm mainly just concerned about the way the spin of, you know, we're going to regenerate Poole. It's been going on, and it's a long-term project, and this is the final phase of that Carter's Quay site.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Thank you. Councillor Slade. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I will keep it very brief. I just have a simple question regarding the public realm on this site, because I thought I'd seen somewhere that the podium and the waterfront area was for residents only. Brilliant. I'm pleased to hear someone say that's not the case. Thank you very much, because it's absolutely vital we have it all the way between the Bridges Walk for the public. So absolutely happy to hear that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Slade. Thank you. Councillor Farquhar, please.
Thank you, Chair. I've listened with interest to this debate, and I agree with a lot of the members that have spoken that this seems like a very rushed issue to build 161 houses to hit a target. I can't support it simply because even though Seascape Homes and Properties does a very, very good service for the people in need within our conurbation, I don't believe that the makeup and the mix of the buildings which we're expecting them to buy to rent is actually suitable. We've had mention as regards the heating. I heard it on ONS, and I spoke, and I heard it said at ONS what consideration was given to the fact that the government is saying that we will move away from gas on all new builds. So I am really concerned that you're going to rush that through. There's no guarantees in here as regards the mix of affordable housing, because that's at a stroke, it's gone. There's no guarantees in here on social rent. And the mix here for people getting onto the housing ladder, it just doesn't exist. So I think it's an ill thought out scheme and it's rushed. I don't know the reasons why it's rushed, but my question would be, and hopefully it can be answered, is that on Section D, improves the intention of the grant up to the 50-year lease of Seascape Homes and Property Limited, subject to their board approval of the terms of the corporate and the monitoring officer, etc. What get-out clause does the council have if that 50-year lease is not actually accepted or legally possible? And what pressure would be upon the council to quickly say, oh, well, would 30 years be acceptable? Would 20 years be acceptable? Would 10 years be acceptable, so that we can get on and build these 161 houses, of which less than the fingers on two hands are only 3 bedrooms? So I won't be supporting it as it stands, but I'd like my question answered for a bit of reassurance.
Thank you, Councillor Farquhar. Any other members wish to contribute? Councillor Mellor.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm sure Councillor Broadhead will answer some more of those questions in summing up. A few I will come back on before I effectively put my thoughts about this. Is look, and I can't, we have got. I'm trying not to be too aggressive in my statement to you, Councillor Howe. But you're just totally wrong in terms of your reading of a paper. You're saying that there is a risk in terms of the estimation. Absolutely not. It's a build contract. There is no risk. We're saying this is the price we're going to pay for it, and you deliver the homes. That is a fact. We hear about from Councillor Farquhar. It's around, so we want people to buy these homes. We don't want people to buy these homes. We are buying these homes, George. We're building them. We're buying them because Paul needs them. It's spin. It's not spin. It's action. What is less spin than saying we want to? There's a consented scheme there. Here's the money to go and get it done because Paul needs a regeneration. We need to, to make the long-term profit on it, and we need to deliver local homes to local people. Where is the spin in that? We're doing something. What I want to say about this more specifically, look, it is Paul rejuvenation is, and we're proud to say it's a priority of this council. We need these local homes. Councillor Broadhead said these are local homes for local people. These will not be bought by second homeowners because we are buying them. Who then, as a second homeowner, goes and rents a property? These are exactly the types of properties people leaving our universities need, our young people need. We're committed. Children's a part of our big plan. And the youth population. We need to provide accommodation for them. We talked again in June in our reset paper when we were in the opposition about a generations fund concept, how we utilise record low rates of borrowing to then go and invest in our communities and to provide long-term assets. And it's exactly what we're doing here. So we're delivering what we said when we were in opposition. This is good for the current generation because it makes over 40. It breaks even in 4 years and makes over £40 million in the lifetime of the debt. That's £40 million we can fund services with. That's £40 million we can invest into affordable housing. It's £40 million we wouldn't have if we procrastinated and didn't deliver like we haven't delivered in the 18 months preceding us. It's also good for future generations because at the end of a term, we own that site. So the future generations are going to have a site. So we're not selling a car park for development in Christchurch. We're actually building homes and delivering for future generations and current ones. This is a consented scheme. So this is exactly the type of thing we need to go and deliver. So, we're going first, we're delivering confidence, and we're getting, things built in Paul. Paul rejuvenation is fundamental to what we're going to achieve as an administration, and I'm very proud of the work that's got into it. My final point, we talked about the sign-off of the changes. So the changes the URC have delivered, the official report says it needs my sign-off, and those changes will be in there, or I will not be signing this off. So we will deliver those changes that URC has brought about.
Thank you, Councillor. And proposers to sum up, please. Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the spirit of the debate tonight. This doesn't need to be a political issue. This is what I hope we can all recognise as the local authority using the powers that are available to us to actually start delivering things and to set some momentum to build those local homes for local people, as we've talked about before. In direct answer to Councillor Trent's comment earlier on about the absurdity of putting gas boilers in when the government agenda is clearly changing, and he's absolutely right. That is something that we're working with the design, through the design process with the team that we've now got in place, and we have plans already in the way to make sure that we can future-proof them. So that work is already underway. To talk to Councillor Brown's point, regen is already happening without us. It's just been what you're doing. It's going to carry on regardless. I disagree. I don't think it is going to carry on regardless. Granted, there is a previous phase 1, 2 and 3 of the Carter Key scheme. I wouldn't call that regeneration. That was a housing scheme. I don't think many people would look at that part of the scheme and say that's brownfield proper regeneration. What we're talking about here in these key areas of the centre of Poole, particularly around the quay, on brownfield sites that have sat empty for some time, that's real regeneration. So I don't think it's just spin. I think it is the first phase of regeneration in action. Finally, Councillor Farquhar's point about this being a rushed scheme, it has planning permission already, and we are going to commit to improve it, particularly as I've intimated to Councillor Slade around the public realm, which will be along the waterfront and absolutely critical to that between the bridges regeneration that we've talked about. Councillor Farquhar asked a question about a 50-year lease. What's our get out? Well, we own Seascape Homes, so that's our get out of there. And then finally, one point that I didn't raise, it's a need for accommodation for young people. Many young people, myself included, have been trapped. Well, you know what? If you let me finish what I was going to say, even when I was young,
point of order.
have issues with the longevity and the security of tenure. By having a council scheme for renting people, we aren't going to be kicking people out on their hooves. We're going to give them that sense of security over the longer term. And the proof that these homes are needed is our most recent scheme in St Stephen's Road. Around 100 units, if I recall, another private rented sector scheme. In the middle of COVID, all of those are rented out in 8 weeks. If that's not a sign that we need these local homes for local people, I don't know what is. But I'm really pleased with the spirit of the debate tonight and that we can finally get some cranes in the sky and get Poole moving. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. I'd like to progress the vote to approve recommendations, please. Could we have a show of hands approval, please? In favour? You could keep your hands raised. We have the numbers, but it's regarded as a majority. Yes, thank you very much indeed. Item 8F, Cabinet 1st September 2021, minute number 50, send improvement funding. Chief Executive, I think there's a...
Thank you, Chairman. I think Councillor Dove indicated that she just wished to declare an interest. So.
Yes, thank you. For transparency purposes, to disclose I have a family member who receives special educational needs support, and I thank the monitoring officer for her advice, which has been followed.
Thank you for that, Councillor Dove. Councillor Nicola Green, I understand that you'll move the recommendations, and afterwards I'll call Councillor Mellor, who will second the move. Councillor Nicola Green, please.
Thank you, Chairman, and good evening, members. Members, you'll be aware of the recently published report by Ofsted into the joint arrangements of the Council and Dorset NHS via the CCG into children and young people with special educational needs and disabilities. It recognises some strengths within the area, but the overall picture is one of a system which needs improvements at pace and at scale. Along with 60% of local areas, we are required to produce a written statement of action, which is the document that Ofsted will use to evaluate our plan and capacity to make the required improvements. The report itself will be scrutinised by Children's Services Overview and Scrutiny next week. But the purpose of the proposal in front of Council this evening is to ask for an immediate allocation of funding to support the preparation of the written statement. Much work is already underway, and this funding will give a boost to the capacity and to ensure that it is of the highest standard to meet the exacting quality that Ofsted require and to co-produce a collective vision of the services for some of our most vulnerable children, to provide them with a service which we can be proud of and to enable them to achieve their very best outcomes. picking up on those expectations to work at pace, scale and ambition. Pace, the report was published on the 31st of August, and the following day at Cabinet we approved this allocation. Scale, providing sufficient resource to meet the requirements of the written statement of action. With 60% of areas producing one, there is a wide body of knowledge and expertise for us to draw on. And ambition, it's all about the outcome, for our families, for our children and our young adults to ensure that they reach their absolute potential. Chairman, I am very grateful to members across the Council for their non-partisan support for the improvement journey of children's service. That in no way prejudices the requirement for effective scrutiny, and I look forward to a detailed and forensic meeting next week. Lastly, I'd like to thank the leader for his support in making an in-year allocation for this very vital area, and I ask for members' support. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Councillor Mellor, I understand you wish to second.
Yes, I will briefly, Chair, and I'll just reiterate, thank Nicola, Councillor Green for the report, but reiterate the appreciation of the cross-party nature we've moved forward with improvements in children's services. I am pleased we were able to do it at the pace that was required because this, our service and our families need it, and we're absolutely committed to delivering. We've said it a number of times, but improvement in children's services is the priority for all of us, quite rightly. And I again thank Cross Party for your support and your efforts in helping us on that.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. And Councillor Moore, please. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, I would like to add my support to fund much needed improvements which our children, our young people and their families deserve. Some time ago, I made a commitment not to turn children's services into a political football. And that commitment still stands because our children and families deserve support from this whole council, irrespective of political persuasion, that we will prioritise improving SEND services and bring about the improvements needed. I am a member of the SEND Improvement Board and we are already focused on driving improvement. And yes, children's overview and scrutiny will be the main vehicle to challenge and scrutinise in a positive and meaningful way. Improvement is challenging, but we are rising to this challenge and will work with our partners in education, health and children's social care and hear the voices of our families, children and young people and make the much needed and rapid improvements. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moore. Any members wish to contribute to the debate, please? Please indicate. Okay. Yes, Councillor Burton. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to echo some of the comments that have just been made and reassure people that we will be debating it at length at Children's ONS next week and in the future. I very much endorse the extra funding here because it's very much needed. There's a lot of work to be done. I'm very much also of mind that Children's ONS and scrutiny, the scrutiny we do, it tries to make improvements rather than bring politics into children's services, and that's what we'll strive to do.
Thank you, Councillor Burton. Any other members wish to contribute before I ask the proposer to sum up? Councillor Green, if I could ask you to sum up, please.
I'll be very brief, Chairman. I just thank colleagues for their sincere commitment to this agenda.
Thank you.
Chairman, if I haven't, I formally moved the recommendations.
Thank you very much. Right, so we could progress to the vote, please. Could we see a show of hands for approval, please? I think even I can work that out. Thank you so much. Agenda item 9, public report into a complaint against BCP Council by the Local Government and Social Care Ombudsman, outcome of complaint. Councillor Mike White, I understand that you wish to move the recommendations in the report, and Councillor Nicola Green, I understand that you wish to second. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This report relates to events which happened some 4 years ago, which BCP has been asked to investigate by the Ombudsman. And as you can see in the report, this is to do with foster carer payments. As you can see, we've investigated this we have fully accepted and implemented all of the Ombudsman recommendations. This includes a number of payments and a full apology for the faults identified. And we have in fact been given credit by the Ombudsman for agreeing to all their recommendations. The Ombudsman requires, though, that this report is considered by an appropriate body of the Council, and the monitoring officer advised that this is best achieved by bringing it to this full Council. I have no hesitation in asking Council to support our response to the Ombudsman recommendations. However, I do recognise that some members may still wish to scrutinise some aspects of this, including, just for example, the question of whether the appropriate lessons have been learned. And as portfolio holder, I'm very happy to see that kind of scrutiny happen, but I do ask Council to support this action plan as our response to the Ombudsman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor White. Councillor Nicola Green, I understand you wish to second the recommendations in the report.
Thank you, Chairman. I formally second the recommendations and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. Members, would you like to contribute? Councillor Moore, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Well, clearly, as we've heard, this complaint was made about a predecessor council. However, BCP foster carers are very important people doing an amazing job, and we do need to support them appropriately. I think we can do some useful scrutiny here to check out the new procedures in BCP Council and satisfy ourselves that the issues around payment for foster carers have been properly addressed. But I support the response to the Ombudsman and would agree that this paper goes to Children's Overview and Scrutiny. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Moore. Anybody else like to contribute? Councillor Bull, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to ask the portfolio holder to reassure us that other similar cases of that time have been investigated. I've already had a resident come to me and they feel they have a similar claim, which I've of course passed on to officers. Are we checking what happened then? I know it was a previous council, so thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bull. Anyone else to contribute? Okay, no. Could we have the proposer to sum up, please?
Yeah, thank you.
White, thank you.
Oh dear. If I can just address that last question, we have completed a review of cases going back over the last 5 years to consider if anyone else could be entitled to a corrected assessment. From this review, we've identified 8 potential cases which were investigated. Of these 8 cases, 6 carers were found to have been underpaid, and we're in the process of contacting those carers and negotiating and agreeing an appropriate settlement. We will also, at the same time, respond to any complaint made dating back up to 5 years from the LGO report publication. Hopefully that addresses your question. At the same time, I thank Councillor Moore for her comments. I'm very happy to see this go to scrutiny. I commend this report to Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor White. Can we progress the vote, please? Those in favour, please show your hands. Thank you. That's a majority, yeah. Thank you. Thank you, members. Right, agenda item 10, notice of motions in accordance with procedure 12. Councillor Mellor, I call upon you to move your motion, and as set out in the agenda at item 10, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, and I won't use them on this occasion. It is late, and I know we have an amendment to come, which I'll respond to during the time. First of all, I'd like to just say I'm really pleased to be bringing this forward. I think it's been, I believe in my speech and when I was asking to be the leader of this council, I made it really clear that we needed to be a council that was delivered for all people, and we're absolutely committed to doing that. And I believe this motion moves us forward to that. Can I please thank Councillor Kelly, for her leadership in this particular motion, and also Councillor Rice for her helping us, and I know she's a strong advocate for these. So thank you sincerely. This is a start. You know, it's about listening. It's a really positive thing that's around change for an underrepresented part of our community, and we believe this goes a long way to moving that agenda forward. I appreciate we have an amendment coming, so Chair, I'll sit down and speak to that as and when we do, but after Councillor Kelly has seconded.
Thank you indeed, Councillor Mary. Councillor Kelly, could you second the motion, please?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I'm very pleased to second this motion. I'll reserve my right to speak later. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, my understanding is that there is an amendment to the original motion.
From Councillor Brooke in the gallery.
It's from Councillor Brooke in the gallery. I invite him to deliver that. Please, Councillor Brooke.
Fine, thank you, Chair. And I would like, first of all, to thank Councillor Mellor for bringing this motion to Council, and I cannot see how anyone would actually want to vote other than for it. However, a past life keeps on coming back to haunt me, and in reading the first part of the motion, I identified a certain amount of ambiguity insofar as it reads as if the in principle relates to our support rather than to the setting up of the actual Poverty Truth Commission. And that's the reason why I wanted to change just slightly the wording of that, and I hope Councillor Mellor will agree that the wording does become a little bit clearer by making the point or the statement that this Council agrees in principle to and is supportive of the setting up and delivery of Poverty Truth Commission initiative for the Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole area by a well-established organisation outside of the Council. If we are either supportive or we're not supportive, and if we are supportive and we support the principle of setting up this commission, then that behoves the Council to take on certain responsibilities, even as an invited partner. I accept that it doesn't lead and it doesn't organise, but as an interested and invited partner, we will need to work with both the community commissioners and the public sector commissioners to develop the relationships of trust and empathy between commissioners, which is why I've introduced, following the initial amendment, the statement in supporting this initiative, the Council undertakes to, and then the work with both the community commissioners and seeing what happens. I have to say I didn't actually like this phrase, but it is the one that Councillor Mellor has used, and I'm prepared to leave it in because it does at least suggest that there will be something valuable coming out of it. Councillor Mellor also made reference to he felt that the aspirations that we have for ABCD would be met with setting up this Poverty Truth Commission. I think it's important that we actually ensure and coordinate in such a way that those aspirations do actually feature in the discussions, and that was the reason I introduced point 2. It just clarifies and it gives the obligation to the Council as a partner, as an invited commissioner.
That's three minutes. Councillor.
Can I just finish very, very quickly?
Yes, please.
Also, we need to ensure that it is not just a talking shop, but actually there is action coming out of it. And some of those actions, or some of those features identified through the research and the discussions, will become the responsibility of the Council. And I hope that we will ensure that those actions are undertaken. So we do want results out of this, which is why I put in point 3. I have had discussions with Councillor Rice, and I'm prepared to withdraw statement 4 as it is not required under these circumstances.
Thank you, Councillor Brooke.
Thank you.
Thank you very
much. And I hope that there is a seconder.
Who's the seconder, please? Councillor Slade, thank you. It's recorded.
I'll reserve my right to speak in the debate, thank you.
Okay. Right, do we have any contributors, please? Councillor Rice.
Hi, I just wanted to say, just
sorry, Councillor Rice, could I just hold you 1 second? I do apologise. Can I just ask Councillor Mellor, do you accept the amendment? Please.
Chair, thank you, and apologies. I should have indicated I should speak at that point. So, Chair, firstly, I absolutely thank the spirit of what's been put forward, and we would accept part of it. I think it's sensible to accept part of it. What I'm suggesting is that the wording in the first paragraph is changed as per suggested, but then the additional bullet points aren't suggested. And it's not because I don't, understand the aspiration of what we're trying to achieve. I think there is I think you indicated actually, Councillor Brooke, we're a partner to this process. So I already have faith in terms of what our administration, and I believe this council commitment will show shortly, in terms of how we would deliver the aspirations you set out. So we're a partner to it, we're not leading it. And I think there's a second point around this, and what I will do is I will speak to the leaders of the other groups and suggest a potential way of, when there's obvious cross-party support, I think it'd be a really good opportunity for us to spend a little bit more time on motions and amendments. I do thank Councillor Brooke for bringing this forward earlier in the debate, but it's been a criticism levelled at me when I brought forward amendments to close the debate, and I actually think collectively, when it's something like this, we actually can sit down and agree it collectively. So I don't think it's right to make these changes now. I do agree with the ethos and what you're trying to do. One last point is, I think you said this is delivering our ABCD elements. It's a part of delivering it. We've got a much larger programme of work around asset-based community development, strengths-based work. So this is a part of it. Speaking directly to the amendment, I'm very happy to take the first paragraph, the changes to the first paragraph, but not the bullet points below it, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mellor. Could I ask Councillor Brooke his response to that, please? Obviously, it looks like Councillor Mellor accepts the amendments you've made beginning, but would you be content with that as it stands?
I'm certainly happy that he's prepared. That Councillor Mellor is prepared to accept the first statement. I'm a little bit concerned that even as a partner and an invited partner, he is not prepared publicly here to commit to actual actions arising out of the discussions which would be the responsibility of this council to implement. There must be some that will arise, and I think we need a commitment at this stage. So personally, I'm not happy with the removal of points 1, 2 and 3 from the amendment. But as I say, I do accept the first point that he's made.
Thank you, Councillor Brooks. So it shows we don't have a consensus on amending. If you just hold the... Right, well, so we're in a position now where we're going to debate the amendment. So we have a hand, Councillor Rice, please. Thank you.
Yes, I just wanted to declare a local interest in the fact that I've been involved in the steering group for the Poverty Truth Commission set up in a voluntary role for a while now. And I also just wanted, so I won't be voting on any amendments or the vote itself, but I did want to just say that the steering group for the Poverty Truth Commission have seen the motion put forward by Drew Miller and Jane Kelly, and they were very pleased to see it coming through. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Hadley, I think you were indicating first.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I think this is something that we should all be able to agree that it's a really important piece of work, and it's important it's led from outside the council, I think the spirit of the changes that Councillor Brooke is trying to achieve is to make sure that we are actually going to act on it. But I hope that the leader can give us some assurance that, that we wouldn't be taking part of it. We weren't meaning to try and act and make something sensible of it. So I think I'm content that we are planning to be a very active member of that commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. Councillor Stribley, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm delighted we're all generally in agreement on this issue. There seems to be little doubt about that. Could I ask that we vote on the bullet points in turn, because I think we're all in agreement on the first one. The issues are on the second and third because the fourth has been dropped. And the second and third are merely, if you like, administrative and probably outside this council's control anyway. So I think it would expedite matters if we could vote on it bullet point by bullet point. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Stribley. Councillor Kelly, I think you had your hand up before Councillor Green.
Thank you very much, Chairman. And yes, it was very interesting to hear Councillor Brooks' amendment and thanked him for putting that forward. But I think what we really need to remember here is that the Poverty Truth Commission has to be independent. And similarly to our asset-based community development programmes and strength-based approaches, we must embrace and enable this, but accept that we can't place constraints or impose timescales on the community. We must work at the speed that works for them. The amendments proposed are variations on the existing proposal with minor amendments to grammar, with the exception of imposing timescales and deadlines which are counterproductive to ensuring that we work at the speed of the community. The move proposed, the original move, is to seek the full council support for the Poverty Truth Commission, which in turn will support our work under the Health and Wellbeing Board around empowering our communities and ensuring that lived experiences, such as those around food insecurity, amongst many others, are raised up and heard by those who make decisions around our services. And for that reason, Chairman, I would like us to remain with our original proposal, please.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly. Councillor Green, I think you had your hand up, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Hello again, members. I'm very interested, and thank you, Councillor Brooke, for your suggested amendment. And I think I understand that its intention is to ensure that no time is lost, and that we do to also ensure that we engage very fully with this agenda. I concur with the sentiment, but I don't think it quite hits the mark. And I'm speaking here in my role as Chairman of the Health and Wellbeing Board, and I'm a bit concerned that it doesn't acknowledge the work that's already underway in this sphere, and much of it led by the Health and Wellbeing Board. Members around this chamber have, for example, put their energy into tackling food insecurity. That was started under the previous administration. It was embraced, it was welcomed, and it's been extended by this one as a priority of that. It's all about partnership. It's not something that the Council delivers on our own, and we are stronger together. And I look forward to welcoming the Poverty Truth Commission to being part of that wider partnership. It's therefore not up to the Council, in my view, in that the wording of that third bullet point to ensure delivery of anything. Actually, we are an active partner, and we must be, and I fully accept your holding to us to account for that. The Poverty Truth Commission itself will take many months to do its work with the rigour that is required. It will need to have its own governance. It shouldn't be bureaucracy heavy, but it needs to take time to do its work. And therefore the time frame of committing to the delivery and to doing anything by Christmas is unrealistic. That is not an attempt to kick this into the long grass. This is a recognition that to do this properly, it takes time. In addition, Dorset CCG is currently undergoing a significant structural reorganisation into the integrated care system. It's setting out its own structure and it's setting out its own priorities. The Health and Wellbeing Board is a very keen partner. We've done some development work very recently and made it clear that we expect to be at the table representing the interests of our residents and pushing very hard on some of the issues that matter to us particularly around health inequalities that we know are a real issue in some of our less affluent communities, and that is something we need to know more about and we need to hear from the Poverty Truth Commission. I will welcome them as a partner within the health and wellbeing agenda and the partnership, but it needs time and space to do this and to do its own work. And it's not for the council to be prescriptive. We do not know best in this case. We need to hear from our residents. We can't commit to the outcomes without them having been clear. I fully accept the challenge from Councillor Brooke and in this amendment that we need to be there, we need to be driving them forward, and we need to work together. But it's not very often I find myself quoting Councillor Howell, but in this case, I'm afraid the horse and the cart are the wrong way round. I am delighted with the grammatical amendments and the wording tidying up that has come forward and that Councillor Mellor has accepted, but I won't be supporting the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Thank you. Councillor Slade, you indicated. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I absolutely welcome this. I think, as everyone previously has said, there's no reason why we wouldn't want to welcome this. I'm slightly frustrated that the first time any of us had ever heard about this, with the exception, it would appear, from Councillor Rice and members of the administration, was a week ago. Had we been made aware that this was something that has apparently been in the pipeline for 15 months, has already got the support of Cabinet, and the website has already gone live saying that this starts in March 2022. Had we been aware of any of that, then we would have been in a position to actually say, let's talk about how we can make this motion better. So I feel a huge sense of frustration that rather than criticising Councillor Brooke for bringing forward an amendment, that actually the leader didn't trust any of us to actually understand what was going on. Because when we asked questions about it, this is what we've been told. It's been in the pipeline for 15 months. It's already got the support of the Cabinet and most other agencies working in the sphere of poverty, and it will take another 2 years. That's great. I'm thrilled about it, but therefore I really don't see what the problem is with item 3 in saying that should it actually come up with some research and some suggestions that where they are appropriate, we should make a commitment to implement them. We have a responsibility to our residents. So I completely comfortable with Councillor Stribley's suggestion that we vote on the individual items. Just to come to a point that Councillor Green just made about the timing, absolutely, point 4 has already been struck from the amendment, so there isn't a time sort of restriction, and you're right, to do this properly, it needs to be given the right amount of time. And item 2, I can understand that now that we understand that we are not a leading partner in this, which we couldn't have known because we didn't know anything about it until a week ago, that it's right that we don't coordinate the discussions. The Poverty Truth Commission should coordinate the discussions. So I have no problem with the issue of number 2. But number 3, I do think it's a bit crazy to put forward a motion without asking the council to actually act upon the findings where they are appropriate and where it is our duty to do so. We have taken a lead on food poverty, we have taken a lead on homelessness and lots of other social issues. And it feels a bit of a missed opportunity if we don't make a commitment to do those actions whilst not making the decision about what they are, because that's quite rightly not our role. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Slade. Councillor Brown, you indicated you'd like to speak.
Yeah, just briefly, mainly in support of Councillor Brooks' addition, because I read through this motion and I think probably if most people in our communities read through it, it all sounds very interesting, but actually nowhere in the motion does it tell you what a Poverty Truth Commission is and what it aims or intends to do. It tells us that they've been successfully completed in other towns, great. It tells us they develop relationships of trust and empathy between commissioners. It tells us their tried and tested model. And this phrase got me, the opportunity to unearth and commit to the new future possibilities for wiser action and culture change. Wow. I don't quite know what that was aiming to get at. But nowhere does it say what a Poverty Truth Commission is or what it aims or intends to do. It was only when I got Councillor Brooks' number 3 actually tells me they're undertaken to begin to address poverty and other inequalities within those areas identified through their research and discussions with a view to bringing about positive change about inequalities and poverty. That's the first I really knew what they were intended to do when I saw that paragraph 3. I think most of the residents in our community would read that and thought, what are you talking about? It just doesn't tell us what they're about. I think we need to have the additions and amendments, and particularly that number 3, so that anybody reading this and knowing what the council's going to be putting our resources into actually knows what it is we're doing, because the original motion doesn't tell us at all. It's just a lot of sounding management speak, to be honest.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Anybody else like to contribute? Okay, could I invite Councillor Mellor to reply to the debate on the motion, please? You have 3 minutes.
Chair, thank you. I think we've been quite clear. There's a willingness to do this. I'm not going to get into the politics of this. I was clear at the beginning of this that we're doing this with Councillor Kelly, Councillor Rice. I wasn't aware that then there was no further sharing of that message. We think this is positive. Very happy to take it forward. I do absolutely and genuinely commend what Councillor Brooks is trying to say and do. But I believe the motion as stands gets us to where we need to be, Chair, and I'm happy to move it. Thank you.
That leaves us with my understanding that part 4 of the amendment has been deleted. So that leaves us with the amendment. So
Councillor Brooks and on the amendment.
Say that again.
Can I just ask, Councillor Stribley made a proposal. I didn't know whether she had a seconder for the proposal for taking the individual.
Councillor Brooke, could I invite you to sum up on your amendment, please, from that debate?
Fine, thank you, Chair. I've listened carefully and heard as much as I can from up here. It's not particularly good for sound. I'll just make one point. 2 or 3 speakers made reference to time constraints. That was in point 4, which I had dropped, but it arose from a misunderstanding of the actual process, and that of course arises from the fact that we had not been involved in any of the discussions at all. I have put no time constraints on the actual process of the Poverty Truth Commission itself. I accept the points that have been made about items 1 and 2. Item 3 I think is important. It is critical that the Council does commit to action following the work of the Poverty Truth Commission, and actually if it helps I would certainly support Councillor Stribley's request to have points 1, 2 and 3 voted on separately. The first point, of course, the initial key element has already, I believe, been agreed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brooke. The Chief Executive would like to give some context, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Just trying to find a way through to see if there is an agreement. And it feels to me that the amendment, if moved, could be voted on. But if there is wording that could be accepted, whether we then need to have a second amendment that comes after that. So if the first one falls, because there are 4 points in the summary, if that falls, then somebody could move an amendment to take the new wording from the summary paragraph, which I think would stand a chance of getting supported across the chamber. The question is whether point 1, I think Councillor Stribley was indicating, could be accepted or not. But certainly the summary, as I can see, there's agreement around the summary wording being changed, but not agreement about the 4 bullet points underneath. So the process would be move the amendment. If that falls, then somebody else move an amendment to take that summary wording, which I think would stand a chance of succeeding.
Well, should we take this one step at a time? Did we have a seconder for the...
So I think we've completed the debate.
Yeah, we've done all that. Yeah.
Just need to take the vote on the amendment.
So, okay, we go to the vote on the amendment, please. All those in favour, please show. Can we have a signification of those against, please?
2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13, 14, 26, 28, 29, 30, yeah, 31. Yeah, so it falls.
So the amendment falls. Thank you. Councillor Stribley, please, you wish to amend the amendment?
Yes, Chairman, may I propose that the first paragraph of the amendment, which has fallen, be voted upon?
If Councillor Merrow is willing to accept that, that will make it easier.
Are you willing to accept that, Councillor?
Willing to accept the first paragraph, but not then the bullet points underneath it, if that helps. Okay. And then I'd like us to move to the vote, if we possibly could. That'd be great.
Okay, sure.
Do you have a seconder for that?
Do we have a seconder for Councillor Stribley, please? Councillor Hadley, thank you. So can we go to a vote on that, please, if you're all clear on the first?
It says that. So, Chairman, it's the paragraph, not the numbered points underneath. It's been moved that we change the wording to reflect the first paragraph that was presented by Councillor Brooke.
Thank you. So, can we have a vote on that, please? Show of hands in favour.
That's fine. Yes, I think that's unanimous.
It makes your heart sing when democracy wins, doesn't it? Thank you so much. Thank you, members. Thank you.
Excuse me.
The councillor.
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify that I was abstaining, which I said at the beginning.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you. Right, so now we need a show of hands to show that that's agreed.
Yes, I think we've agreed the amendment, so we need to just...
We've agreed the amendment, so now can we have a show of hands agreeing?
I think it's been carried.
I think it's been carried.
I accepted it, so it became a substantive,
yes,
I believe.
It did.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's fine. Thank you. Thank you for... That brings us to agenda item 11, urgent decisions taken by the Chief Executive in accordance with the Constitution. I call on the Chief Executive to present this item.
Thank you, Chairman. I wasn't intending to present anything. The decisions are as laid out on the agenda, and hopefully the Council will support them.
Welcome back to reality, members. I don't want to, but I think I'm going to close the meeting. Thank you.